This program deals with devil worship and satanic beliefs. It contains explicit scenes and descriptions of violent crimes and rituals.
Americans are asking, who attacked our country?
You have declared a subliminal jihad against the United States. Can you tell us why?
Everything pertaining to what's happening has never come to the surface. The world will never know the true facts of what occurred, my motives.
And night fell on a different world.
And Iblis is thinking, I should be getting this position, not Adam, and this guy is created from dirt.
And how does the army feel about you being head of the Temple of Set?
And the conspiracy theorists can say what they will, but
I want you to give me power over Adam, and I want you to give me soldiers and minions and all of these things.
The people have so much to gain and have such an ulterior motive for putting me in a position I'm in. We'll never let the true facts come above board to the world.
And I want you to be able to give me the ability to whisper into the hearts of mankind.
And who was the grotto leader? Don't remember his name. You don't remember the name of a person who involved you in murder?
Now these people are in very high positions, Jack.
Welcome back to Subliminal Jihad, episode 329. I'm your co-host, Dimitri.
I'm Khaled.
And today, we got a real barn burner of a topic for y'all. Taking a brief little break from our SLA Patty Hearst saga to check in with another sector of the Noided universe. This is an episode that I think this does happen sometimes, but this was called for and demanded by the people, right?
Yeah, well, someone mentioned this. Yeah, I mean, this has been kind of a hot topic because Iraq recently had a huge rainfall after a long period of drought,
5-year drought.
And this type of thing has happened before, where there's been a sudden burst of rain. There's a lot of incidents. It happened in 2019. It happened with the Dubai floods in 2024, and kind of in a way.
Did it not happen during the hot phase of the most recent war, the missile exchanges? Wasn't there a huge rainstorm in either Abu Dhabi or Dubai that was odd? It seemed odd.
I think it was in 2024 that there was this huge flood in Abu Dhabi.
I know there was that, but I mean during this year, in the last 2 or 3 months, I seem to recall there's so much going on, but I seem to recall there was a massive rainstorm that people were confused about. It was, and I remember there being speculation at the time, because it is known that the UAE, among other countries, does engage in the technological practice of what is called cloud seeding, right?
Yes, and they're kind of at the leaders in cloud seeding technology.
Mm-hmm.
They're really at the forefront of doing this because obviously they're in a place that's dry, and it's very important. Water is a very precious resource for the UAE in particular. I mean, but in both in all of these cases, recently with the sort of rain in Iraq, there was kind of this narrative that became popular, and there's been iterations of the same thing before, but in this particular case, or the same kind of logic, but in this particular case it was Iran destroyed this meteorological station, these meteorological radars, and so in the UAE, and that caused all of a sudden, once that was done, suddenly there's this rain in Iraq, and I don't know about the particular causality of that. There's been obviously it's interesting researching this topic because when you look it up, you just get inundated, no pun intended, with a bunch of articles about no, Israel doesn't steal rain, it's not possible to steal rain. But it to be fair, I'm not sure about the exact causality of blowing up that radar, but I'm also on the, or if even such a radar was destroyed, I assume, generally speaking, if there's a question over whether a radar of the in the control of the US and its allies was destroyed, and it probably was, and they're probably, trying to deny it. That seems to be the pattern. But either way, I mean, certainly you could see how this war might disrupt like cloud seeding operations in the UAE.
Right,
But
right. Yeah,
in any,
I could
yeah,
just off the dome here, I'm thinking, because a lot of cloud seeding technology from the kind of reports, a lot of stuff you dug up is done by airplanes, like spraying
Yeah.
a silver iodide into like cloud formations and things like that to like potentiate rain. However, if I'm just thinking, like if you had an advanced meteorological radar station in say the UAE that would be able to predict with like probably pretty good accuracy like where clouds are coming in, like basically what to target, right? Like what clouds to go.
Yeah.
And then if you add in the disruption of airspace and like, you know, non-military air flights over this area when all these missiles and drones are going off, you could think maybe the regularly scheduled cloud seeding flights in the UAE were not able to perform their like usual functions in you know the cold, you know, the kind of like traditionally rainy. I guess the season maybe you would target rain the most, like early February, March, April, and then if that was disrupted, well then coincidentally then the 5-year drought that has been afflicting Iraq and Syria and Iran, suddenly there's a bunch of rain in Iraq, like, you know, for the first time in 5 years. Just,
like
interesting.
I mean, again, like I'm not like, yeah, it is interesting, and like, so I'm not like sure, again, like I'm not sure about the exact causality of that. However, like two things I do like think, having looked into this. One is that it may very well be possible to steal rain. It may very well be that cloud seeding steal, like, you know, this is something that, like, you know, we'll talk about this in a little bit, but at one time, there kind of like this consensus sort of formed that was like, no, cloud seeding can affect weather like that. It doesn't, you know, take rain from anywhere else. But like at what, you know, especially now in the midst of this, like where this is sort of recent discussion of that particular incident where like, you know, there was really this rush to deny the possibility of this and portray it as like a crazy notion. But, you know, for a long time, and people, like, if you look, you can still find, you know, people talking about it, and the technology is always changing, you know, especially in the scale that it's being done, especially in a place like the UAE, especially in the Gulf in general. Like, but you know, there was at one time like a widespread like consideration among like climate scientists that like, yeah, like perhaps this could actually happen, like, and perhaps like when you see the cloud, like it is going to rain, you know, you're basically, you know, inducing it to rain in a certain place, so therefore it's not going to rain in a different place.
Right.
And if you do this really aggressively,
right,
you know,
a Harvard professor I think described it as robbing Peter to pay Paul.
Yeah, exactly. That was like basically the terminology that was used, right? Like,
Right.
in fact, yeah, I want to read some of those quotes about cloud seeding because it's very interesting, like how there was this like denial and like this portrayal of the idea of like stealing rain as crazy when like this actual like exact terminology of robbing and stealing had been used previously, but like in a different context where it wasn't like, oh, you know, like these crazy Arabs and these crazy Iranians, you know, but yeah, the other thing is that like beyond just the particular phenomenon of like, you know, appropriating or redistributing rain, like there has been like a pretty deliberate like policy of like climatological warfare against like the entire region in general. And it's not just like a matter of like we're stealing their rain to cause a drought, but like all of this is like exacerbated. And like this is, you know, widely like known and written about that, like, you know, this is like by design in a way. It's really like reading about this, it really susses you out because you kind of realize, like, kind of in line with what we talked about before in terms of the climate stuff, like you realize like how much the attention to the issue of the climate, like even though it's kind of dressed in this humanitarian language and this sort of like Chomskyan, like if we don't deal with this, like we're all going to die, and this is the most important thing for humanity. So please go vote for Kamala Harris. Like it makes you think, like, you know, it really does make you kind of think, like, you know, that like this is so much of it, or it makes you appreciate, maybe you kind of realize this already, like, but it makes one appreciate like how much of that is like kind of addressing to make people passionate about it or to get them on board, when really like all of the work that's being done on the climate, all of the research, all of the energy is really being directed towards like using this as a force multiplier. Like using this as a way to wage war.
Weather
and
manipulation
how to, like, kind of,
as a weapon.
How to or not even just like not even necessarily the manipulation of weather, although certainly as part of it, but also like leveraging climate change, not like stopping it, but leveraging it to dominate, right? Like, so it doesn't affect like, us, but so it like, but it like punishes the enemies, right? So like, that's something that like really comes through with this. So,
that kind of thinking, that military thinking, it's listed right on. I think you found a rather disturbing document. What was it called? Was it called like, it was called like Air Force 2025? It was something like that.
It's interesting. Yeah, because this was 2025, and or that like it wasn't written in 2025, but it was like written in 1995.
This is
right?
this is owning the weather as a force multiplier, owning the weather in 2025. A research paper presented to Air Force 2025, which I think was a project about like 21st century warfare, and this was published in 1996. And it says you don't have to go very far in this 53-page document to find table 1. I think this is on like the page Roman numeral 7 page, where it says operational capabilities matrix, and then there's two columns next to each other. One is degrade enemy forces, the other one is enhance friendly forces. And so you see under degrade enemy forces, this is what the U.S. military was considering in 1996: precipitation enhancement, flood lines of communication, reduce PGM, recce effectiveness, like recon effectiveness, decrease comfort level, morale. Then storm enhancement, subtitle, deny operations. Then how about this one? Precipitation denial, deny fresh water, induce drought.
Yeah.
Okay, like
exactly.
I thought that was like a war crime, but I guess it's like all good.
I think that like it actually technically is illegal, technically, to like manipulate the weather for war purposes.
Technically, I think largely wasn't there a treaty that the Soviets sort of like just produced out of nowhere, like in the early 1970s, after reports had come out about the U.S. military using cloud seeding technology offensively in Vietnam, and then I guess they got everybody to like sign on to it that you weren't allowed to use large scale weather modification as like an offensive weapon against another country, and then that was sort of begrudgingly signed on to like by the U.S. But also there's a lot of like the modifier of like the scale, like nobody can do like significant weather modification. It was some word like that where a lot of hinges on the interpretation of like what's really significant, right? And I think there was even like a geographic area kind of parameter of like what is considered significant. But I think the end result of that is that they had to be a little more quiet about weather modification, research and technology that they were doing, but it clearly didn't go away, because here they are in the 90s being like, this is a big deal. Weather is a force multiplier,
Exactly. Yeah. There was a lot of discussion about it. And in fact, there were like attempts that were like discussed like heavily in like the American political discourse, like in Congress, like in the media, during the Vietnam War, to use like do the opposite of what's actually kind of being said was done in Iraq, to use rain to disrupt like
to flood the
movements,
to
like
flood the Ho Chi Minh Trail, which had a lot of mud on it. It was a lot of dirt,
Right.
so they figured if they could like turbocharge the monsoon season, it would slow down the movement of like equipment and personnel on the Ho Chi Minh Trail. That was their stated objective in using cloud seeding in Laos and Vietnam, and they did do that. Like they they did attempt to do that.
Yeah, there was speculation about like how effective it was or wasn't, right? But still, like because like it's hard to say like, oh, did we succeed in like seeding this rain? Like it's hard to measure, but like it certainly is the case that like capabilities in that area have like definitely like magnified significantly since like, I mean, just think of like, again, like all this like energy that's been spent on like climate change mitigation and things like this, right? And like research on like the climate, even in the humanities, the climate is like was like the big thing,
right?
It's
a classic
like
dual
environmental
use thing.
humanities, was the big buzzword, and it kind of still is to an extent, like so. I mean, obviously the climate is like incredibly important, which is like a test to, but it, is like, like
Yeah.
all of that, like sort of like research, all that R&D, like all of that stuff, like that doesn't just go to like peaceful things or
Loving,
like
beautiful.
humanitarian things.
Yeah.
It also goes to like military technology. In fact, that's a
Right.
lot of the source of the money to do this, right?
We've talked about this
So
so many times in like different contexts about like the dual use nature of, academic and like
yeah,
research and academic kind of and, purely science based or institutions of learning, that it's supposed to be just so detached and like you're just doing it for discovery's
yeah,
sake, or there's a beautiful, like lovely goal that everyone is vaguely working towards, like solving climate change, or it's like this is we're
hmm
getting a bunch of money, all these billionaires and ruling class people totally care about it for like the most pure-hearted human reasons ever, not for some sinister like ulterior purpose, and then inevitably that stuff gets also, it's like the things that tend to get funded a lot tend to have like at least a hidden dual like utility for military operations or
yeah,
some kind of like use of
totally,
basically imperialism. And you can also extend that to like the foundation, like the big three foundations and like the model that they sort of helped create, where there's often like liberal good, like wow, yeah, like kind
yeah,
of reasons given for why they're going into Eastern Europe to set up broadband internet and like Western art stuff, just because they want people to be connected, because like that makes the world a better place. And it's like, no, you're trying to like root out
yeah,
like the vestiges of like communist or like socialist thinking and like neoliberalize everything by like doing this. So sadly, it there is this ulterior thing. And then on top of that, if you try to criticize it, and I think this totally comes up today in terms of weather modification, there's often like a straw man, like folks like Alex Jones, like John Bircher, kind of counter argument to whatever like the elite foundations or institutions are kind of saying. Like say it's kind of liberal line on combating climate change or anything else the foundations do. Then it gets interpreted as things like say chemtrails, or something that chemtrail. We'll kind of probably return to it like later on once we go through some of this very real like research about weather modification. I'm still astounded reading all this now with kind of like having thought about chemtrails and weather mod for like a little while, like how substantiated a lot of this stuff is, but it was so shit coded for maybe the last like 15 or 20 years because it was seized upon by this kind of like Alex Jones conspiracy theory, like, goofy or conspiracy theory thing about every time you see a commercial jet flying overhead with contrails, they're spraying you, like folks, in blah, blah, blah. And while that might not be like technically true in that specific case, they are spraying us, folks, like in certain respects, and they are fucking around with the weather, and then I
yeah,
think and then there's this like backlash from the serious media to be like, shut the fuck up about chemtrails, like no, any talk about weather modification is not serious, and like you basically can't, so any intelligent like reasoned discussion of this topic gets kind of like shit coded and then buried and negatively polarized, and then like everyone just doesn't talk about it. And then this different narrative about climate change that only has like I mean, I guess you could also look like
what's
Trump, like climate change
fascinating
isn't
about it,
real is like the
yeah,
retort to that, right?
exactly. Well, what's fascinating about it to me about chemtrails is that like this really like the chemtrail conspiracy theory, basically you could summarize it by saying like our government is spraying chemicals into the atmosphere which are making us sick or like destroying our lives and like are harmful to the world.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And that is exactly true. Like that, like, and like everyone, like every scientist like agrees about that. It's just like the sort of details. It's like whether like exactly, it's a thing of like how this is understood, like how the atmosphere is understood, how the nature of the climate is like thought about,
Mm-hmm.
right? It's the same thing with like the rain stealing and like these type of things. I thought, I want to talk about this in greater depth, but like, yeah, like really like there's agreement about this, but somehow like these two like narratives that are like really like fundamentally the same thing. Like there's this urgent problem, and that's the thing. Like they're doing it on purpose. Like it's not like just like that's a key thing. Like in both cases, the purpose system is what it does, right? Like
Yeah.
like you could say like, oh, they're apathetic or whatever, like they don't care, right? Or they see a way to, and we'll talk about this. We'll talk about like sort of like new sort of like technological developments like in this area, right? Because cloud seeding is in some ways related to things like sort of sunlight deflection and stuff like that, right? Like they envision a world where they envision a world where they can like deposit like these particles in the clouds that will reflect sunlight and cool the earth, right? But like the person who controls that technology controls the world, like and I mean there's so much connected to this, like the AI data centers, right? Which are like, this is another thing that kind of got shit code, I feel like, or like sort of away, right? The water usage by AI data centers, where it's like, oh, they don't really use that much water. Actually, like streaming and like all these other things like actually use just as much water, and like really it's the internet, like in YouTube, that like use so much water and things like that. Like, and the AI doesn't really use that much, but they don't like think about it on like a geometric like scale and like on a future timetable, because eventually like the usage of like water and the building of these data centers is exploding.
Yeah.
Like over time, like as these like technologies like demand more and more electricity and more water, like it's alarming. And like, I mean, maybe we can
right.
I
think that's why so many of the AI honchos are like all in on nuclear power all of a sudden, is because they know that, like, which also I think still uses a lot of water. Like, I don't think that's necessarily the fix for the water aspect, but in terms of overall energy demand, like, and you're right, like, yeah, the scale needed to cool these processors and things like that. It gets very alarming. Like, when if you follow what their outlook is of like what they want to build, then it is a problem.
Yeah, I saw like a bunch of like stuff. It's like like actually a water thing isn't an issue with AI, like, but looking into it a bit more deeply, like it certainly isn't. But anyway, that's kind of orthogonal. Like the point is that like this is all like part of, in the same way that in 1995 we had this vision for owning the weather 2025, the vision for owning the weather like 2050 is going to involve like all these things, right? It's going to involve like crushing our enemies, like using the like manipulation of the climate, and also just like, not providing relief. Like, I mean, a great example of what you're talking about in terms of like the the study of the climate or climatology and like its relationship with the stuff is like, just imagine like a report on the 5-year drought in Iraq, and like it would probably be worded in a way of like, oh, this is terrible, like look at the horrible effects of anthropogenic climate change. Like it's horrible how Iraq and Iran are suffering. Like you could imagine like, someone at like the Department of War like reading that same report and being like, kid, like
it's a really disturbing thought when you think that like specific actions can be taken to like make a climate crisis acute to the point of like societal collapse in certain regions that are like enemies of America, and then like every liberal news outlet or like corporate news outlet in the West is going to be like, the effects of climate change broadly defined with no actual real actors involved in like stoking it specifically. Like there's no criminal, there's no crime here, because except for the indirect crime of like we're not driving enough electric cars or something.
It's
like in a way we're all responsible. It's like, no, like the fucking Pentagon is responsible. Like this is policy on the National Security Council. Like like this is still actors using these things in acute like micro ways to like fuck with regions, and
as I was reading this, I feel like when we were kind of like, sort of wondering what the meaning of like no more woke wars was, I feel like this is one thing that might fall under like the umbrella, again, no pun intended, of no woke wars. Because like, this is something that's like, oh, you're not supposed to modify the weather. You're not supposed to use the weather to like punish your enemy, right? Like obviously anything like that would be completely at the window under like the present attitude towards prosecuting war. Not that I believe that it was not necessarily on the table in the past, but like still certainly like now, like, and technology has improved, so it's also like there's new ways to do this, right? So I think it's
and the denial even under Biden, because I mean if we see a hidden hand maybe in this long 5-year drought that's been going on since 2020 in the Middle East, like Biden was president during that. He also did another climate disaster and pretty much blowing up the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, which like release tons of natural gas into the ocean and like cut people off from like energy access kind of arbitrarily, that like just like in offloading the burdens of a kind of climate energy crisis just onto like the broader swaths of society. And you can see that type of logic of causing climate and environmental and like infrastructural disasters, all the things that like maybe in the kind of post World War II like Nuremberg laws kind of era were at least on paper like illegal. They were war crimes. Like you're not really supposed to do that. I feel like the U.S. like has definitely skirted over that line. In all kinds of ways.
That's another dimension too, like where it's like, okay, you know, if we like had evidence that like we had done kind of like a HARP blast at like Iraq and Iran, or you know anywhere in the world, and like caused a 5-year drought or something, then it would be like people would be like, that's a war crime, like you can't like induce a drought with your like death laser, right? But like even it is like a deliberate policy that is like cultivated on purpose. And like even if it's not like done by pointing like a HARP laser at them and like pressing a button, it's still done deliberately, you know.
Yeah, there could be a variety of methods, and you know sometimes those policies are kind of complex. Like you know maybe it involves leaching off water further upstream, you know, in the Tigris and the Euphrates, and maybe it involves encouraging the UAE to like step up its like regular cloud seeding project that it has and like really go to the max with it, hoping that it will deny Iraq like the rain that it desperately needs, and like that's kind of in their selfish interest. So that wouldn't be like the hardest thing in the world probably to convince them to do. They might want to do it
definitely
on their own,
not,
but definitely the US would be like
they've always wanted to do it. In the US, I mean, like the UAE like is completely on board with like everything that the US and Israel like would want to do, and like their agenda in general. But like they like, you know, they've been involved in that program for like a long time. Like, you know, the like US agencies like NASA have been like involved in the UAE cloud seeding program. But yeah, certainly like they, you know, want to do it because like it's urgent. Like that's the thing, like under the climate like change, like under the warming of the earth, right, that region of the world is going to become like unlivably hot, right, like a lot of the time, you know, it's going to be like really, I mean we see it now, it's really squeezed, right? And it's not like it's not just like a sort of a capricious or a happenstance, right? It's not a coincidence. It is something that it is man-made climate change. But part of what I'm saying is that like not only on like the sort of micro level of like, oh hey, like you're absolutely right that like water wars are very much waged, like, you know, with the River Jordan and things like this, right? Like the, you know, and the management of like water resources in the Swana Mina region, like is definitely like, you know, has a long history, and like definitely involves U.S. imperialism. But on even a broader, on a larger scale, like the way in which like climate change is actually addressed, the way in which like you know, these technology companies and these you know, government agencies actually go about addressing climate change is not based on, even though like it is dressed up in like humanitarian purposes, in the same way, as we've said about so many things in this world, right, that have sort of a humanitarian veneer, really like what is the goal is for us to first of all like control the technology that can alleviate like the ravages of the climate apocalypse, or, you know, I say that facetiously, but like the sort of like the true like crises that we already see unfolding, right? And also like to manage our problems, right? And we like in the US, like cloud seeding is used extensively, right? Like those things, like we have problems here too with drought, you know, like, and we want to make sure that like we have those rain clouds, right? We have technology to do this, but others don't, right? And that's the whole thing, like the sort of the on the macro level, the agenda is actually not, I don't think to like, you know, all join hands and like stop, you know, it's not like this kind of don't look up thing of like, you know, if everybody just joined hands and then realized the climate, then like, you know, everyone might realize this, but it's not like, and they might know that would be a way that if we united, then we could, you know, do something about this and change this. But like that's not the goal. The goal is to like, you know,
The goal is not,
for
despite
America to dominate the world.
Right,
basically.
right. Despite sometimes this buzzword being thrown around, it's actually not about equity. It's about the very opposite of equity. It's about like making sure like there's going to be a group of winners and losers in the era of like climate disaster, and they would like to arrange it like strategically so that we are on the winning side and we benefit and profit off of like climate disaster and are resilient towards it, and our adversaries I mean, think about like, you got to think some people like in the military kind of complex think about this as almost the perfect weapon, because it's like not you launching it, right? It's like you could set circumstances where certain countries get kind of left out, like left off the lifeboat and are fucked, you know, and then are totally dependent, or they have to face total collapse and kind of dissolution, you know, as a result of like specific policies or the denial of any kind of project that could like mitigate that, either access to water or like climate resilience and things like that. Like you could see it like America can't destroy China with its conventional military things.
Right.
Like even a nuclear war would be like unwinnable, and it wouldn't work. But if you could like maybe establish like a 30-40 year plan where you can like deny certain resources to China, and also like fuck with the weather that's kind of like coming. I mean, very difficult in a country that big, but like, you know, try to like induce drought conditions, or countries that maybe are willing to deal with China and do have a lot of agriculture, like choke them out so that they can't provide things to China, and then, you know, kind of arrange this you know, a kind of scenario where they're going to face like just unstoppable kind of climate collapse in, you know, 40 years, blah, 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 you know.
Right. I mean, well, that's like, yeah. And also like China, of course, like they are very interested in this. The famous, like people remember the Beijing Olympics when they were trying to like disperse the fog and stuff like that, or just disperse rain to ensure that they would be sunny. Like, but I mean, like many countries are interested in cloud seeding technology for like good reason. And I think like, you know, there's different scales at which this can be done. I mean, we'll talk about it in more depth later on, but like in general, I mean, like geopolitics, like, you know, that's the earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like they happen on the earth, right? Like, and when we're talking about like, oh, how do we like control the map, how do we have like strategic like power projection, how do we like, you know, like geostrategy, right? Like that is like, you can't separate that from the world on which like all that stuff plays out. I mean, like a great example, a very like simple example is like a third of Israel's fresh water comes from the Golan Heights. Like, you know, that's just like a perfect example.
Yeah,
right?
It's not
like,
apolitical. That's
like it's incredibly political. In fact, like it's very interesting, but like you could totally like really, if you think about it, like it's like there are all these kind of, to talk about like the way people were talking about things like back over the last like you know, couple of decades. Like I almost feel like the sort of imagination of like global scarcity and like, you know, violence, like mass violence based on this kind of global scarcity regime. It was always like oil, right? It was always like kind of like the, you know, peak oil and stuff like that, that we would like not have enough oil. But really, it almost seems more plausible that would happen with water.
I think you're absolutely right. Yeah. Yeah. Michael Rupert made that whole documentary about how like peak oil was coming, but yeah, water. And now like you've heard CEOs say it at various points. Like didn't the Nestle CEO say like water is going to be the oil of the 21st century or something like that? And basically I've heard a lot of like billionaires essentially say that like the right to privately own water is like the most important right and needs to be defended at all costs. Like the idea that water's just like free needs to that needs to be put out the pasture, you know. And it seems like there's a scramble with like the largest corporations, like nation states, you know, and militaries, like looking at that could really have, at least in some parts of the world, like that could happen. Now, I mean, it's like we still do get water from rain. We do have the technology for desalination plants. It doesn't seem like, okay, just in the abstract, that this is like a completely insurmountable problem. However, it requires like the will and the effort and like the collaboration of like a large block of the world like working together in relative harmony with like common shared interests to like make sure there's enough water for everybody, or there, I don't know, like maybe some regions will kind of hit that wet bulb temperature that like parts of Pakistan
There
get
are
sometimes.
places that already have
And maybe people, I don't know, like maybe people aren't going to be able to live in huge population centers in certain parts of the world, or maybe they'll build big air conditioned cities, but like in the global south, like not a lot of places have the resources to do that. So it does become like under the current circumstances of the world, I could totally see global water war like breaking out, because the biggest dog in the room, the United States, has this mindset about like weather, just like using it as a force multiplier and like using it to deny our enemies like existence basically, and being willing to destroy other countries like economically, agriculturally, whatever, to maintain our hegemony. So I don't see the U.S. really finding it in its heart to go around philanthropically to like build a desalination plant. I could see China as a means of extending its one belt one road, at least being a much better bet in terms of wanting to build like resilient like climate infrastructure. But the US is still like powerful enough that it can just deny the building of such infrastructure or agreements about water sharing and things like that, and oftentimes like wants these things to not be solved because it hurts their quote unquote enemies. So that's where I get like so it's not like a intractable, like even the way like traditional climate change is talked about in like liberal corporate like NGO kind of media, as I mean like they're very committed to solving it, but then the way they describe the problem sounds so insurmountable. And like also that we're already fucked. A lot of the rhetoric goes around like, we already passed like 1.2 Celsius, we're fucked. Like there's a lot of like people that are like real climate heads that like to do that catastrophizing kind of rhetoric. And then I think it can create a kind of like demoralization of like the common person to be like,
I think,
like what? Okay, we're fucked, I guess. Like I don't know. Like there's no way to like kind of reduce emissions in the next like 10 years without like destroying the global economy as it's constructed. So I don't know. Sometimes I even wonder about that. But like that feeds into a kind of like we're all bad little piggies. We already did too much damage and we're all gonna like die, and like therefore thinking about how to like weather the changing climate and adapt to it or something like that. There's not a lot of that. People aren't building like elevated coastline cities now and like dikes, to like protect against rising sea levels. Like, it doesn't feel like there's not in America, at least.
Well, there are things like, I think that taking over Greenland has to do with that, like the Greenland ice sheet is like a huge thing, right? Like when that eventually, like, yeah, like that's kind of like, abuts the Arctic or whatever. Like all that is going to become like geostrategically more relevant when it like starts to thaw, which is going to happen, right? And like I agree with you, like in a way about the sort of catastrophizing thing, because like the way that like it often gets portrayed, I think, like, I don't know, it might just be like a strategic problem because people might think like, oh, this is a way to get like Americans to care about it, But I feel like, I don't know, I feel like there's a deep-seated like understanding, even if people aren't consciously aware of it, that like, of the reality, which is that like this isn't like an even sum game, even if people like Noam Chomsky or whatever try to portray it as such, right? Like they portray it as like a like the kind of don't look up thing of like a meteor is headed towards Earth and we all are gonna die equally. But that's exactly the like it couldn't be more wrong as like a heuristic of this, because really it's like going to be haves and have-nots, winners and losers. And like
there are going to be choices made to let entire like nations basically die off and collapse. Like there's going to be like opportunities to like intervene and maybe try to save people and make humanity, like preserve as much of humanity and our civilization as possible. But under the current kind of regime, broad American capitalist regime, that doesn't seem likely, right?
Yeah, right. Like, no, in fact, like it seems more likely that it's kind of like the classic thing of like Elon's Mars bubble actually being, or the classic thing for our show of Elon's Mars bubble actually being meant to be built on Earth to keep like all of the the lesser people out while all of his friends
let
live
1,000
inside and have like a higher
bloom.
Quality of life. Yeah, exactly. Like basically, it's about like making sure that we like Americans, right, and, like have the biosphere, or Israelis or Emiratis have like like a sort of livable climate, right?
Hmm.
That we're like in these air conditioned super cities or something, while everyone outside is in misery, right? That's like really like the crisis. That's like a realistic picture of the crisis. It's not like this kind of I almost said heckin. I'm trying not to. It's not this. It's not. I'm trying to. But it really is that was a heckin metaphor of like the comet, coming
Hmm.
to get us, right? Like this. Right. Who was it? Adam McKay. Like
Adam
that.
McKay
It's like
directed that.
like
Yeah.
LOL. Like LMAO. Like like.
That was based
But
on
it's
a.
actually
That
like
was literally.
misleading,
It
and
was.
it's actually like
It was
yeah.
based on a tweet by David Sirota, and I believe he was nominated
Yeah.
for an Academy Award because he got story credit for just writing like one. Like, wouldn't it be crazy if there was like an asteroid and everyone acted the way they do about climate change? And then like Adam McKay was like, "Oh my god," and like wrote an entire screenplay.
Right, but you
based on it.
actually have to like have a smooth brain to think that that is like a funny analogy, because it misses the key point, which is exactly what we're talking about. Sorry, we'll try.
Yeah.
We're not gonna go into the weeds of like how much we hate dirtbags, but like we're talking about a serious subject, but like that it is like opposite in a way, because like if that were true, it would be different, because no one could survive the comet. Right, but I mean, I
Right.
probably in the movie you did see like rich people trying to survive it, but
Well,
it's really quite
they sent
different
the
with the climate.
spaceship to a different
Yeah,
planet.
yeah,
That's
right.
what they
Okay,
did.
okay,
Yeah,
yeah. Sorry.
But even
Okay,
that
but
was kind of like a last
right.
ditch a plan that you're right, like people, the elites of today would think I think they would reasonably like think some of us can survive this. We can move to New Zealand. Like we can,
Yeah.
like it's not going to kill everybody. In fact, if you want to go beyond even the horrors of US imperial thinking, it almost does kind of, the Georgia Guidestones and like a kind of Malthusian agenda of the global elites. Always, they do often come back to this idea of there's just too many people on Earth. What do we need all these people for? Wouldn't it be great if, didn't Prince Philip say, if I came back as a virus to eliminate 90% of humanity?
Right.
Like that kind of shit. Then they think, oh, well, okay, like the global, I don't know, 5%. The richest people in every country on the world are going to get a bubble city, and they're going to be like protected by robot guards and like all this other shit.
Yeah.
And then like 95% of humanity is going to have to fight it out, and most of them are going to die and be reduced to
exactly.
like Mad Max
like
existence.
it's a fundamentally different situation from like a dinosaur level asteroid thing.
Yeah.
Which I think like some of the like climate discourse does kind of portray it as this, right? Because I think that they want to create the sense of urgency, but I think that like people know on a subliminal level that like that's not actually the case, and that like the way that this is going to unfold is in this way, right? And so the same kind of like thing of like the same kind of like solidarity is, and the same kind of like things that like stop people from having a general kind of a solidarity or commitment to humanity in general, like take over, right? Because it's always like I can get mine, they won't have theirs, et cetera, right? Like we can like distribute this, we can distribute the pain in a way that punishes those we deem deserving, and doesn't punish those like who we don't, right? And I mean it's a much more reasonable expectation that for that like for that. I think that like they obviously have a great faith in their technology, right? They like they worship it. That's really, if for anything else, that's their religion, is technological progress.
And
right.
in this scenario, it's kind of something that saves them,
Exactly,
like it's like machine Christ, that like redeems them and saves them from the climate apocalypse that mere mortals do not get to survive. They are the chosen, and they get to live in like the depopulated techno utopia of the future. I mean, I could see a lot of them thinking that way.
Here's an example, like this startup, which is called Stardust Solutions, which is a U.S.-Israeli startup. And I mean, someone in the chat I think mentioned Peter Thiel's like cloud seeding startup that he funded. But this is a particular example. So this is from October 28th, 2025. U.S. Israeli startup Stardust Solutions plans to begin outdoor experiments of a highly controversial solar geoengineering technology from April 2026, working towards potential deployment this decade, according to a political story published on October 24th and recent updates to Stardust's website. Solar geoengineering deployment is constrained by various norms and principles of international customary law and prohibited under a long-standing moratorium at the Convention on Biological Diversity, according to the Center for International Environmental Law, which monitors geoengineering developments, including companies like Stardust. Stardust has announced that it has raised $60 million in financing from a broad coalition of investors ranging from Silicon Valley venture capitalists to the largest shareholder in luxury sports car manufacturer Ferrari and Italian football club Juventus, according to Politico. This, in addition to $15 million already raised from earlier investors, including controversial Israeli-Canadian venture capital firm AWZ, which has been accused of profiting from the ongoing genocide in Gaza and has a partnership with the Israeli Ministry of Defense's Directorate of Defense Research and Development. Solar geoengineering runs counter to a wide range of human rights obligations, including the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment, the right to life, the rights of future generations, and the collective and inherent rights of indigenous peoples. A 2023 report of the Human Rights Council Advisory Committee warned that geoengineering could undermine the rights of billions of people. SEAL Geoengineering campaign manager Mary Church issued the following statement. By planning outdoor solar geoengineering experiments as soon as April 2026, openly aiming to commercialize the technology and raising the prospect of deployment this decade, Stardust and its investors are accelerating a reckless race that threatens to put humanity on a path of no return to perpetual dependency on this extreme technology. Solar geoengineering is inherently unpredictable and risks further breaking an already broken climate system. With uneven global impacts predicted, deployment would create winners and losers, undermine the rights of billions of people, and raising the central question of who gets to control the global thermostat. Deployment scenarios for the kind of technology that Stardust is developing involve continuous dumping of particles into the atmosphere over hundreds of years, with any pause or stop bringing the risk of rapidly spiraling temperatures as a result of termination shock. Solar geoengineering deployment would be ungovernable in a fair and democratic way, and would likely be controlled by a handful of major powers and corporations. Impossible to fully test for intended and unintended impacts without extended large-scale implementation, the line between testing and deployment is blurred, with small-scale experiments geared toward technology development and normalization. Stardust and its backers cannot be allowed to flout international law by developing and normalizing this extraordinarily dangerous technology. It's time for a non-use agreement to put solar geoengineering off the table for good and refocus urgently on tackling the root causes of the climate crisis. Sorry, Mary Church, I don't think that's going to happen. I think that's not going to happen. I think that there's not going to be a non-use agreement. To put solar geoengineering off the table.
Ooh,
I think,
You know what's a little disturbing? I was just Googling around for Stardust Solutions, and 14 hours ago, so I guess in today's New York Times, there is a, graphic, like very fancy feature article called "Can Some Very Tiny Particles Cool the Planet?" One tech company says yes. Stardust Solutions says its tiny spheres can reflect the sun's rays without harming people or the environment. Critics say private companies have no business altering Earth's atmosphere. This is by Eric Nyler, May 14th, 2026. What is the... Okay, so I'm already detecting a much softer tone than the Environmental Law, Institute was popping up. Let's hear this. A company at the forefront of solar geoengineering, the notion that blocking radiation from the sun could cool a warming planet, has disclosed details of the materials it wants to sprinkle in the atmosphere. All right, we got some details. Stardust Solutions, led by former members of Israel's nuclear energy program, is publishing research on Tuesday.
Nuclear energy.
Yeah, nuclear
energy.
not weapons program,
sorry.
but
They don't have
blurry
that.
line perhaps.
They
were publishing. I guess they published. Research, I guess, this week. Let's see, on Thursday today, that reveals the chemical properties of its particles, how they would affect the atmosphere, and how high-flying aircraft would disperse the material. The privately held company, founded in 2023, is farthest ahead in its contest to take an idea that was once the stuff of science fiction and move it into the mainstream. It has attracted $75 million from investors, applied for a patent, and is submitting its research to scientific journals. Its chief executive, Yanai Yedvab, said Stardust Solutions had only tested its materials in its lab and had no plans to conduct outdoor tests. That seems contradictory to what you just read. Outdoor trials would only be done in collaboration with a government that would set ground rules and guardrails, he said.
Okay,
So maybe
all right.
Israel. Yeah, I wonder if Israel's down.
Yeah. Ground rules and guardrails. Yeah, Israel, the king of ground rules and guardrails.
Indeed.
The most moral country in the world.
He says this is a very powerful tool that will be ready for testing very soon, and we want policymakers to start thinking seriously, what will it take in practice? But the idea of manipulating the atmosphere to turn down the temperature of the Earth remains contentious, and more than 600 scientists and academics have called for an international ban. I guess it said that Prakash Kashwan, Brandeis professor, said solar geoengineering could tamper with weather patterns, damaging food production and local economies. It's especially worrisome for residents of South Asia and parts of East Africa and Latin America who rely on yearly monsoon rainfall to irrigate crops. He said there's this social risk for at least 2 billion people that is directly connected to the lack of scientific understanding about how interfering with the global temperature thermostat is going to interfere with the monsoon formation. We don't have a solution for those kinds of risks. All right, so Tennessee and Florida have banned geoengineering, and a Florida Republican, Greg Stoiber, introduced a bill recently that would do the same. In 2023, at the direction of Congress, the Biden administration issued a report on the need to study solar geoengineering. That research has not been pursued by the Trump administration. Dr. Yedvab said Stardust officials were having preliminary conversations with policymakers in the U.S. and Europe about the company's proposal, but declined to identify them. They spent $370,000 last year on federal lobbyists. Okay, so this is what they're spraying, all right? The materials produced by Stardust are made from amorphous silica, which is used as a food additive and in some consumer products, and calcium carbonate, a compound found in eggshells and limestone. The company said its particles were biodegradable.
Oh, eggs. They love it. They love it.
Eggs. Yeah, cosmic eggs. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
The company said its particles were biodegradable, were not harmful to people or animals, and would not accumulate in the oceans or soil. Released in the upper atmosphere, the particles could reflect a small amount of sunlight away from Earth. Until Thursday, the company kept the ingredients under wraps, requiring anyone who wanted to see its data to sign an NDA. Michael Diamond, a meteorology professor at Florida State, said he was surprised by the simplicity of the Stardust particle. It's quite an elegant idea, and I like that it is using relatively well-known particles, said Dr. Diamond, who studies how aerosol particles affect the climate. I'm a little bit surprised that they've kept this so secretive. I thought they were going to do something really out there, but amorphous silica itself is a very widely used product. David Keith, professor at University of Chicago, who has researched the idea of slowing climate change with reflective particles for more than 2 decades, said he needed more information. This is a really good idea. It's cool, and it might be useful. But the big question is, what is this environmental impact? The answer has to be, from anybody, is that we don't know. All right. Dr. Yedvab likened his company to a drug development lab that conducted its initial work behind closed doors before applying for approval from the FDA. Solar reflection technology is heavy lift, Yedvab said during an interview. You want to make sure that you're doing it when you can say credibly. You don't want to say, yeah, I overlooked something or something was missing and I need to go back and correct it. This was the responsible thing to do. In addition to concerns about unintended consequences, environmental groups have worried that geoengineering could reduce pressure on countries and industries to reduce the emissions that are driving climate change. But in the past several years, record global temperatures, increasing risk of drought and wildfire, and the increasing intensity of severe storms and floods have pushed many researchers and some environmentalists to accept the notion that solar geoengineering must at least be studied. Dozens of academic labs in the US, Europe, and Asia are now modeling how spraying various amounts of reflective particles in different locations might cool the planet. A team from University of Cambridge and Harvard, with backing from the British government, plans to launch a high-altitude drone sometime next year to test reflective particles in a metal tray without releasing them into the atmosphere. Most of these efforts have contemplated using sulfur dioxide, a compound released during volcanic eruptions that changes from a gas to sulfate, an aerosol particle that reflects sunlight. Because sulfate particles in some concentrations can damage the protective ozone layer, and because they might warm the stratosphere, Stardust officials said they chose something different. Stardust Solutions is registered in Delaware as a U.S. company with an Israeli subsidiary called Stardust Labs. Its laboratory is in Nes Ziona, Israel, about 12 miles south of Tel Aviv, near the renowned Weizmann Institute of Science. Dr. Yedvab, co-founder Amyad Spector, and a team of 25 researchers have developed two kinds of particles. The first is made of amorphous silica and coated it in a material to prevent it from interacting with atmospheric gases. The second particle is a shell of amorphous silica around an inner core of calcium carbonate. They said that the amorphous silica would be used as in an initial effort to reflect up to 1% of the coming sunlight, while the silica carbonate particle could be used at higher concentrations to block more than 1%. Using a chamber that mimics the sub-zero conditions of the stratosphere, they tested it with trace gases. They tested a dispersion system to make sure the particles would spread out after being sprayed from an aircraft and would not react with water vapor to form ice crystals and drop toward the ground. Which I guess would create hail or like knife hail.
That happens with cloud seeding too. Like that sometimes creates hail, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, they said this would initially cost about $10 billion, and by adding 10 million tons of the reflective particles to the atmosphere over the course of several years, the atmosphere could be cooled by 1.5 degrees Celsius. The company said. There are no known health effects from exposure to amorphous silica at the levels found in the environment or in commercial products, but some scientists said they want more information about how the particles might affect human respiratory health. So, the elites will be in the bubble city, not breathing in the silica, and everybody else will have to breathe it in. Interesting. Dr. Yedvab noted that DHS sprayed amorphous silica into the New York City subway system in 2016 as part of an experiment to test emergency preparedness against a potential bioterrorism attack. The silica was used as a non-toxic tracer to check how a potential pathogen might spread in the subway. Interesting. Other people say the fact that it's a private company doing all this is a little bit sus because they're not transparent, and very secretive. But Dr. Yedvab says that we feel that our role is to disrupt this field to make sure that governments have options. And they're, because geoengineering research, I guess, had been a little stalled, but Stardust was shaking things up. This company, I guess, Pete, you said Peter Thiel invested in this?
I don't think he invested. I think he invested in someone called Rainmaker or something like that. Yeah.
Okay.
He definitely invested in one. Hold on. Yeah. Mm-hmm. A startup. The first thing came. A startup falsely blamed for triggering floods. Pitches cloud seeding. I assume.
Interesting.
To lawmakers. Yeah. It's part of a Thiel Fellowship, $100,000 grant program established by the conservative billionaire Peter Thiel. They were falsely blamed for starting floods, I guess.
Where?
A startup dogged by conspiracy theories.
In 2025, the flood that killed those girls who were at camp last summer.
I guess so.
Augustus DeRicco is the Thiel Fellow that started Rainmaker Technology. We have to say that, like you mentioned, cloud seeding technology is used, I'd say, heavily in the Great Plains states.
Yeah.
I think Wyoming was where it was first experimented on.
And Idaho, I think, uses it too.
I think Utah. I think Arizona, probably Texas. In the middle of the country. I actually don't know if. Do we know if they've used cloud seeding in California in the Central Valley?
I'm not sure.
Let me actually check because I said, only two states.
I looked into the U.S. cloud seeding a little bit because that's where obviously they're more concerned about the negative effects of it in the U.S. So that's where you hear about kind of the possible downsides of cloud seeding more and that discourse around its use here. But other than that, I didn't really look too extensively into it.
Yeah, well, actually,
Yeah.
it has indeed been used in California since the 1950s to enhance the winter snowpack in the Sierras and the coastal ranges by dispersing silver iodide into the clouds, to increase the rainfall and everything. That is interesting, given that, California has had some pretty nasty droughts over the last 15 years on and off. We got more rain this year, but obviously the wildfires are kind of a knockoff consequence of not getting enough water. It just made me think. I don't know for sure, but the hunger for the thirstiness of the agribusiness concerns in the Central Valley, which is, I think, if not the biggest farming kind of region in the United States, one of the biggest. Maybe certain companies cloud seeding to suck all the rain into the areas where their crops are, and then which then would be robbing Peter to pay Paul, so that maybe those certain regions that aren't agricultural then get denied some of the rain they otherwise would get, which makes the chaparral much drier and much more of a fire risk. And then, if it's not managed properly, then, one little fire can just totally take out an entire area. I don't know if that's actually
slight
the case.
correction to myself, or slight qualification to myself. Whether cloud seeding creates hail is I guess that's also a controversial conspiracy theory that when there's big hailstones, people blame cloud seeding, but cloud seeding is supposed to suppress hail. They create ice crystals, I guess, but they suppress hail in theory. But again, it's murky. There are some, who say that it can contribute to the size of, hail clusters, but some obviously say that it does the opposite, because that's one thing that it's used for, is to try to mitigate hail, the size of the hailstones and the damage from the hail.
Interesting. Yeah. So there was a pilot program in Southern California that was studying cloud seeding to bring much needed rain to drought plagued areas. I think one of them, maybe it was the Santa Ana Watershed Project Authority, allegedly discontinued its pilot program in 2025 due to insufficient evidence of significant precipitation increases. But I guess in other regions, maybe they've been able to increase rain and snow by 5 to 15%, which, California gets most of its water from the Sierra Nevada snowpack the melt that comes off. So it is reliant, in the kind of 4 or 5 months where it does rain in California, that you get kind of as much as possible. But it is funny, it's that is they do use it. Now is it the same as chemtrails? It gets a little more complicated. I mean, silver iodide, right? That's what they spray. Advocates of cloud seeding have said for decades that it's totally benign, it's safe, it's a natural, it's a natural mineral or whatever, and so blah blah blah. But I think some people have raised questions about that, about maybe it's not the amount, maybe with sustained use or a heavy program, that maybe it's not so great.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the the thing with the cloud seeding in the US states is they always say oh, it is just 1% of the water usage, or the water distribution or something, it only affects the atmosphere, or the rain frequency very, very slightly. But that I almost feel that was kind of rolled out to close the door on the issue. And then and first of all, it's different contexts, right? But since that time, since some of those determinations were made, the scale of this has escalated, and also the technology used for it has changed, right? It's not just that they're using only one thing to try to induce rain. They're using it in new ways, with drones, with different types of radar, with experimenting with I don't know about nanotechnology, but that might be kind of pie in the sky, down the line thing. But there definitely are new means of cloud seeding that are being rolled out, particularly with relationship to drones.
I could totally see that.
you can, yeah, this is like kind of again, like this is a something that some have disputed, but yeah, as you said, like the idea that cloud seeding does this is not like so crazy. Like this is an article from the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists, dodging silver bullets, how cloud seeding could go wrong. It's only from 4 years ago. um so this is from Utah Governor Spencer Cox. We need more rain and we need it now.
Oh,
We
yeah.
need some divine intervention. That's why I'm asking Utahns of all faiths to join me in a weekend of prayer. With water shortages in the American West continuing to worsen, policymakers are starting to recognize that incremental changes such as avoiding long showers and fixing leaky faucets will not be sufficient. During crises, silver bullets, promising but overly simplistic technological solutions to complex problems, become increasingly appealing, despite the acknowledgement that no single technology or policy can address complex challenges like water shortages or climate change. Cloud seeding is perhaps the ultimate silver bullet, in which literal silver in the form of silver iodine is infused into clouds, causing ice crystals to form and water to condense into rain or snow. Cloud seeding is a form of planned weather modification. Most commonly used to increase precipitation as a drought management technique, cloud seeding is also regularly used to clear fog in airports, fight forest fires, suppress hail, and even divert rainfall, as it was used, for example, during the 2008 Olympics in Beijing. Divert rainfall. The promise of creating rain is highly appealing in the face of increasing water shortages and disruptions to water cycles exacerbated by climate change. While cloud seeding is not a new technology, the first experiments took place in the 1940s, it fell out of favor in the 1980s for being an unacceptable ethical environmental hazard. It is now back on the policy agenda as a climate adaptation strategy. Idaho, Utah, Colorado, Wyoming, and California have all expanded their cloud seeding operations in the past 2 years in response to the worsening drought. Despite its potential, the risks associated with cloud seeding are high, and there's significant danger that cloud seeding may do more harm than good. As early as 1965, the National Science Foundation called for urgent social science research into the impacts of weather modification, stating, if the developing techniques of weather and climate modification are to be used intelligently, the human consequences of deliberate or inadvertent intervention need to be anticipated before they are upon us. But these issues continue to be underexplored. Compared to other forms of geoengineering that have received greater attention and generated more controversy, such as expanding research on solar geoengineering, policy discussions about the use and misuse of cloud seeding are lacking, even though it has been widely deployed. Although controlling the weather sounds futuristic, they go on talking about, the long history of cloud seeding. General Electric research laboratories caused snow to fall near Mount Greylock in Massachusetts. Since 2000, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, which monitors cloud seeding operations in the United States, has recorded over 50 projects. These programs receive significant governmental funding. Utah, which has one of the largest cloud seeding programs in the United States, spends up to $700,000 annually. Bizarrely, given Utah's robust cloud seeding programs, the acting director of the state's Department of Natural Resource recently seemed to pitch cloud seeding as a new thing to try to save the Great Salt Lake. In China, India, the Russian Federation, Thailand, the United Arab Emirates, and the United States all have major ongoing research programs. Policy frameworks regulating the use of cloud seeding exist but are incomplete. For example, each of the western U.S. states using cloud seeding to supplement natural snowpack has regulations on the appropriate time to conduct cloud seeding, as well as limits on when seeding can be done. These limits are meant to ensure that cloud seeding doesn't cause flooding. However, broader government systems designed to address potential risks posed by cloud seeding are not in place. Without significant engagement with potential risks and unintended consequences, cloud seeding is likely to lead to maladaptation, or action taken ostensibly to avoid or reduce vulnerability to climate change that impacts adversely on or increases the vulnerability of other systems, sectors, or social groups. Cloud seeding is emblematic of techno-optimism, or the belief that technology or ingenuity can solve complex issues, an attitude deeply embedded in American political culture. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
Despite enthusiasm for cloud seeding, the evidence of its effectiveness is at best mixed. In the words of the World Meteorological Organization expert team on weather modification, sometimes desperate activities are based on empty promises rather than sound science. In 2003, the National Academy of Sciences produced a study reporting a high degree of uncertainty regarding the efficacy of cloud seeding. Since then, numerous studies have been conducted, but the evidence is still inconclusive. A recent synthesis by the World Meteorological Organization concluded that increased precipitation ranged from 0 and 20%, with the upper range representing conditions under which clouds were highly likely to form precipitation naturally. Particularly concerning, it is widely acknowledged that cloud seeding is least likely to be effective during drought conditions, as clouds do not have moisture to release, and yet operations continue during droughts, suggesting the programs serve more of a political purpose than a climactic or meteorological one. that's like a common take you see, that like it's all like, a smoke screen and like it's not a real thing. It's just like for propaganda purposes to like show off your technology.
I
I mean,
see.
that may have been true at one time, but I think with all the resources poured into this, like at
Hmm.
this point, there seems to be something to it.
It appears they've gotten
All the
better
more
at it.
reason why we can't trust like the conclusions about like about how it can't possibly cause downwind harms from the time when it was, less effective than perhaps it's become.
Right.
But
Right. Yeah.
yeah.
I thought that
Um,
this article you found in the Ethicalist is pretty funny.
Oh yeah, this is like
Yeah,
a UAE like
slop
slop magazine,
website.
obviously, like yeah, just like a propaganda outfit. Yeah.
Yeah, this is
Um
definitely some spawn con right here. But I thought it's
Totally,
funny once
yeah.
again, taking the techno optimist side of the argument here. You can see, they kind of tell on themselves a little bit by bragging about it.
Yeah.
So
Exactly. Yeah, yeah.
this article is called "Make It Rain: How Cloud Seeding in the UAE is Helping the Planet." Weather modification is being used to make rain in the driest, hottest parts of the world, but cloud seeding could also tackle floods in the future, say scientists. So Nick Harding, right, independent journalist, Nick Harding writes, a light aircraft takes off from an airfield in northern Dubai with dozens of canisters attached to its wings. It heads towards a cloud in the distance, into which it disappears. Scientists in a control room on the ground monitor sophisticated radar and crunch data before directing the pilot to a spot inside the cloud where the canisters ignite to release salt nanoparticles. Sometime later, and several miles away, it starts to rain. This is the round-the-clock cloud seeding project being run by UAE's National Center of Meteorology. The salt particles supercharge condensation inside the cloud, and scientists are confident that this rain enhancement technique increases rainfall in certain clouds over the Emirates by anywhere up to 30%. That's a much bigger number than 5 to 15, right?
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
okay,
Yeah.
if true. Research done at NCM puts the UAE at the forefront of global rain enhancement science. And that's a great term for it, right?
Yeah.
Like global rain.
Yeah.
Who doesn't love global rain enhancement science, right?
Yeah.
And the
Yeah.
program is set to expand as earlier this month. Let me see what year. This is in 2023, by the way. The program is set to expand as earlier this month. NCM procured more aircraft capable of carrying larger quantities of cloud seeding materials. The turboprop planes are also equipped with sophisticated safety systems and represent an important milestone in the NCM strategy to enhance its capabilities in the field of cloud seeding, expanding cloud seeding operations, and contributing to achieving water security for the UAE. Cloud seeding creates artificial rain, but only works in clouds of a specific type that have already formed. Once a suitable cloud has been identified, aircraft are scrambled to disperse water-attracting particles, which stimulate and accelerate condensation and enhance rainfall. While the practice was once seen as a novelty, it's becoming increasingly widespread, with nations such as USA, Russia, China, India, Israel, South Africa, and Australia using cloud seeding to stimulate both rain and snow. Climate projections forecast that the UAE will become hotter and drier in the coming years, with annual average temperatures predicted to increase by between 1.5 and 2 degrees Celsius by 2040. Yikes. Meanwhile, the UAE's total annual water demand is estimated to double by 2030. Well, maybe not anymore. You know what I mean? If you don't, I don't know how many
Yeah.
people are moving there right now.
Right.
From 4.5 billion cubic meters per year to currently to between 9 and 10, placing immense pressure on the nation's desalination infrastructure. When these factors are considered, it's easy to see why cloud seeding has become an important factor in future water provision strategy. Khalifa University's Dr. Steve Griffiths is a strategic advisor to the UAE research program for rain enhancement science. He admits when he first began looking at the impact seeding programs he was skeptical. Quote, but when you look at the data, it's pretty conclusive that you can increase rainfall by anywhere between 5 and 30% in clouds that are predisposed to have rain, which can equate to hundreds of millions of cubic meters of water, he tells the Ethicalist. When I started looking at the numbers, I realized that the impact can be meaningful. It's not going to replace desalination and good agricultural practice and water management, but it is another arrow in the quiver. It makes sense. The UAE cloud seeding program implemented by NCM follows the conventional approach of igniting hygroscopic flares composed of natural salts, primarily potassium chloride, at the base of convective clouds near the updraft core. Launched in 2002, the program targeted frequent summertime convection along the northeastern Hajar Mountains. The program infrastructure subsequently expanded over the years until radar was used extensively to identify suitable clouds year-round over the Emirates from 2010 onwards. So they've had like radar-enhanced targeting since 2010. The nation has so far invested $18 million in rain enhancement projects and now performs around 1,000 hours of cloud seeding each year. That's, what is that for? That's enough, that's like, 2 or 3 hours a day, roughly, or right? It's been almost 3 hours a day, I would say, of cloud seeding. So they have enough to cover like every day of the year. Meteorologists conclude that the UAE's cloud seeding program has increased average annual rainfall by between 10 to 15%. While the process is viewed positively in the UAE with no evidence that it causes flooding or pollution, it has been controversial elsewhere as a form of weather modification where it has several applications, including being used to clear fog from airports, fight forest fires, and even divert rainfall, like in China during the Olympics. There have been concerns that another method, which uses silver iodide to stimulate ice crystal formation, adds pollutants to water systems. Silver iodide is known to be toxic, and in the U.S. is regulated under the Clean Water Act as a hazardous substance. Cloud seeding is not a new technology. First experiments took place in the 40s, fell out of interest in the 80s, but now it's back. There's still some doubts, however, and the science remains incomplete. He mentions the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists article by Laura Kuhl, who addressed concerns the practice has effects for regions downwind of seeded weather systems. She said, while cloud seeding is often described as creating rain, it can be more accurately described as moving rain from one location to another. And cloud seeding may simply redistribute risk. Cloud seeding condenses water that is already present in cloud formations. As such, some have argued that cloud seeding cannot impact hydrological cycles at a large scale. So that, in a region where they've increased their rainfall, but the 3 countries north of them have experienced like devastating drought for the last 5 years.
Right.
It does kind of make you think.
I just want to underscore this too, because like it is like kind of crazy that like, after like in the aftermath of the most recent thing with the sort of radar and the idea that like, this sudden rainfall, like there must be some kind of connection between destroying these radar in the UAE and the rainfall that we're suddenly experiencing after this 5-year awful like country crushing drought that like had horrible consequences for their entire economy and their entire like security. Like a huge like crisis and catastrophe, right? Like there's suddenly this rain, and people make this connection. Everyone acted like that was insane. Everyone acted like that was crazy. And like I remember like it was kind of like almost like like the evil Jews are stealing your rain, like you crazy.
I can almost hear like AOC going on about Jewish weather weapons and other things that goddamn.
Right.
Yeah.
But if you like look back like a little bit, I just want to like do like a little bit of a review of like the serious scientists who use exactly this terminology like in recent memory. This is David Keith from a professor of applied physics at Harvard University, whose research focuses on the intersection of climate science, technology, and policy. And he likened the process to robbing Peter to play Paul. He said it inherently makes winners and losers. That's what he said to DW. The same thing, about the sort of the more controversial solar geoengineering, right? Like, so that exact same language. And there's like another one too, I think, in CNN here. Daniel Swain, different guy, climate scientist at UCLA, who spoke with like the colleague of the CNN writer and climate writer Rachel Ramirez. He told her, it is possible that you're actually stealing water from someone else when you do this, because it may be, at least on a regional basis, a zero-sum game where if water falls out of the cloud in one spot, it's even drier by the time it makes it downwind to the next watershed. He went on to ask, to what extent are you just shifting around the spatial distribution of precipitation during a scarcity period rather than actually causing it to rain or snow more overall? he believes water equity issues need to be researched more.
It reminds me a lot, though this is
Yeah.
about oil, but that old meme from There'll Be Blood about drainage, and like I
Yeah.
drink your milkshake. It's a way of like drinking the sky milkshake basically before it gets, It's interesting that it's one of those resources that humans have acted like a globally distributed resource that I think there's still kind of like an implicit thing of like, well, the weather does its thing and you try to take advantage of it as best you can, but like nobody controls the weather. So, there's not really even an opportunity to make laws about like the idea of stealing somebody's rain is kind of like, what? Is that even possible? But it kind of, according to the way scientists are talking about this technology in, at least in, kind of like a regional context, because we're not talking about like a huge region, right? Like the UAE is not that far from Iraq
Yeah.
and Iran. Like you could make an effect where you kind of are stealing rain, and then they're kind of like dressing it up and denying and erming anybody that like says that is possible, when it's like it's very logical, right? It's like there's already a cloud that has condensation potential, and you're kind of like poking it to like dump all the rain on your territory, and then it's like out of rain by the time it moves on, whereas it wouldn't
Yeah,
in the
I mean,
natural course of things.
I'm not a climate scientist, so I don't really know like what the weather system is like. But it's not that far away. That like, I mean, clouds I think can move pretty quickly. Like they can like they're high up there. Okay. Again, I don't really. All I know is that the atmosphere is like one thing. Like it's all connected. There's no like
There's no
American
borders on it,
atmosphere
yeah.
and no Canadian atmosphere. Like there's no atmosphere over the UAE that isn't also over Oman or like whatever, like it's all like, to say like, it just seems to be, again, I'm not a climatologist, but it seems to me that like as you scale this up, it's inevitable that it will have consequences for the like surrounding environment and like the environment in general. Like how could it not? It's not like you can take a cloud and separate it from the larger atmospheric system, really.
No.
Right? Like,
no.
It doesn't make any sense, I think. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me.
And
maybe there's someone out there who can explain it to me.
I don't know.
I mean, you can have that logic, but
the only thing I could think is that, well, you could say, I don't know what kind of like the patterns of like the sort of the currents are, and like because like sometimes like the major winds or storm systems will come off of like a certain, they kind of generate off a certain trajectory, from various oceans or seas or whatever. So I don't know if like, I'm kind of picturing storms coming in, like going up the Persian Gulf, like moving north, and the UAE kind of grabbing all that rain before it hits like Mesopotamia, and the Tigris-Euphrates region in Iran. But maybe it's possible, or I guess they could, if it's coming from west to east, then they could steal it from rain that would go to Iran. It's going south to north, that hits Iraq, and maybe if it's going like southeast to northwest, that would rob Syria. And potentially Israel, but they're so small and they steal all their water from the Golan Heights anyways. So, they're not hurting as badly as other people. But I guess you could think of other ways where if it is I don't know how often the storm cycles go from like north, like through Iraq, and then hit, hit the Persian Gulf countries, like the Gulf countries after that. But I don't know. That's at least some of the storms that are coming through. You're again, I don't know if it's equally distributed over long periods of time where, you get kind of an equal amount of storms from like every direction, or if there's a typical trajectory.
Yeah. And I mean, like, we should also like make clear that it's not just a matter of like, like this may well have an impact. That's the only like kind of man-made element that plays a role in like the drought in Iraq and Iran, right?
Oh,
I mean, like
sure.
the damming by Turkey, probably the damming in Iran like affects Iraq,
Did ISIS end up blowing up dams in like Mosul? I remember they like booby trapped it and like threatened to blow it up, but I forget if they actually did. But
I found this whole book, like it was a little bit late that I found it, so I don't actually know if it's good because I didn't really get a chance to like read it thoroughly, but I was interested in it. It's called The Heat and the Fury by Peter Schwartzstein. Did you come across this or hear of this? Like basically the whole thing is about like how like the role of climate in like like the rise of groups like ISIS and stuff like this.
That's true. The Syrian
yeah.
Arab Spring, like a lot of the Arab Spring protests
Yeah.
were really about like food crises and like
Totally.
energy, water, kind of related things, like in the midst of the Great Recession.
Mhm.
And it kind of provided a certain spark. And then I do distinctly remember like ISIS like threatening like dams and things like that, like threatening to just like blow them. Maybe they blew up some smaller
I mean,
ones.
this is a good passage. He talks about this. A paunchy chain-smoking parody of a mid-level career policeman, Abbas has worked across the Samarra area of central Iraq for 7 years before ISIS arrived in the summer of 2014. He had been proud of his role in helping to restore a veneer of calm to an area that had been rolled by sectarian Sunni Shia violence in the years following the U.S.-led invasion in 2003. And so, when the order came for some state employees to return to the West Bank of the Tigris after its liberation, Abbas was among the first to heed the call. Initially, he seemed delighted by the opportunity to reconnect with the agrarian communities he had come to know and like, and whose troubles he could well appreciate. Coming from a farming family himself, he certainly seemed to have a more natural rapport with the locals than did his more urban peers, some of whom saw handling rural grievances as practically a punishment posting. But as Abbas began to piece together what had happened before and during the jihadi surge, again, this is like a pop book, so it's like cheesy language. His warmth for the area began to ebb. These villages had bowed far too meekly to ISIS, he soon concluded. Many of their residents were more accessories to destruction than victims of it. Now, in tandem with district agricultural officials and an internal security agent dispatched from Baghdad, he resolved to help identify which locals had sided with the jihadists. They fucked us, he said, momentarily losing his poise. Our approach was, we're going to find out who was with us and who was against us. Over the following months, Abbas and his colleagues sifted through whatever records had not been torched or stolen during the fighting. They questioned many of those who had stayed behind after the ISIS occupation began, and, though he never explicitly said so, forcibly interrogated others with the assistance of Sarar al-Salam, one of the largest of the pro-government militias and the dominant security force in the Samarra area. I was pretty sure I heard muffled screams coming from the basement on a visit to one of the group's bases. Through discussions with the community leaders, many of whom knew which of their kin had displayed extremist sympathies in the past, and the examination of scarce and dangerously shot bits of cell phone footage from within the caliphate, they soon formed a partial picture of which locals had most enthusiastically abetted ISIS. What they concluded largely matched my own reporting, both there and in other parts of Iraq and in neighboring Syria. In the villages close to the river, like Huesh, where most farmers had regular access to the Tigris waters and hence tolerably strong crop yields, few residents had thrown in their lot with the jihadists. They had good irrigation. They got good harvests, Abbas said. But the more peripheral communities beyond the river, and the canals that emanated from it, it was a very different story. From the farmers and pastoralists here, almost all of whom shared the same Sunni Arab ethno-religious profile as their riverside peers, the past decade had been one of bitter financial and emotional struggle. The rains on which they partially relied to sustain their crops had repeatedly failed, shrinking or sometimes wholly extinguishing their harvests. The groundwater they had usually turned to as a substitute at times of drought was disappearing because of the frequency with which they were now having to exploit it, and moreover was often prohibitively expensive to access because of the amount of diesel required to power their generators and extract groundwater from the depths. On one trip, Abbas waxed so enthusiastically about how green these wastelands once were that he completely missed spotting the IED tripwires that jihadist remnants had run across the road the previous night. We later found out that the explosives had already been defused, but we resolved to drive in silence from there on out. Most infuriatingly, as far as residents were concerned, big Baghdad and Samarra businessmen had snapped up swaths of communal land and then enclosed it with fences to guard their quarter-mile-wide water-guzzling irrigation pivots. That had put further strain on the aquifer, while simultaneously reducing the space available for grazing the livestock that many locals had acquired to pad their incomes. Life was hard. People were angry, said a local tribal leader. He, like many others, preferred to speak anonymously for fear of being deemed an ISIS sympathizer. He might get pissed on by a dirtbag. A charge that he might get murdered by one of Graham Planner's
best friends.
A charge that was thrown around willy-nilly during and after the war. And angry people can do crazy things. It is no coincidence, several interviewees suggested, that those mechanized irrigation systems were singled out for particularly rigorous jihadi sabotage. As the drought dragged on longer than locals had ever experienced before, their meager savings vanished, to be replaced in many instances by fierce resentment. And by this time, outsiders were paying attention. Al Qaeda had previously lavished attention on this area, enticing to them, in part by its proximity to Baghdad, 70 miles to the south, and Samarra, a city with sites holy to Shia Muslims, and one that the Sunni extremist group had successfully attacked on a number of occasions. Now, as ISIS set about trying to build something significantly bigger and more ambitious than its jihadi forebear, the group's recruiters began to pull out all the stops. Yeah. So you can kind of see the connection here. Yeah.
Like this destabilizes like society to its core, and then could be exploited by some group that
and this
pops
is like
up on the horizon all of a sudden.
Yeah, right. And like after the U.S. invasion, obviously, like this kind of like, again, we all know how it was portrayed in the media as like an ancient feud, right? But like the sectarianism exploded after the U.S. invasion, right?
And I have to
like,
think,
then,
I have to think the activities of like David Petraeus and like Stanley McChrystal and those types of people during the kind of insurgent period. I'd still love to kind of like really unpack that one day, because I've always heard there was a lot of like weird kind of like chicanery going on in terms of, on the one hand, there was a lot of violence against like the U.S. occupation, and some of these groups were identified as like enemies, but I think there was like arming of certain specific factions. Like there's meddling going on, and like it served the interests of the US occupation to some extent to have a sectarian kind of conflict, to have two groups form and start like tearing each other apart and kind of balkanize. That's what they always talk about, is like their agenda everywhere. It's like the Yugoslav solution. Like they want to balkanize these countries and break them up because they're too big, and like they have too much influence as constituted. So, you've heard various like neocons and Zios and imperialists talk about Iran. Like the goal was to kind of maybe, I think it failed, at least in the short term, but to by taking out the supreme leader and this bombing thing that you could and then maybe getting like the Kurds and the Balochistan to like rise up.
Exactly. I remember there was a
Trump tweet
just the other day that was like, I'm very disappointed in the Kurds. Right, because like he was, I guess, hoping that they would help.
But then Zbigniew Brzezinski had that dream about Russia in the 90s. Like even with the Soviet Union broken up, Russia was too big. I want to break it up into like 6 or 7 different countries that preferably all hate each other, and do it along ethnic, religious lines, and make like little tiny micro ethnic states that aren't powerful enough to like band together. So and you could see ISIS is kind of like an extension of that policy to some degree, because the post-occupation Iraqi government, I think, is generally more Shia dominated, right?
And total. Yes, exactly. And then it's like, why are these people? Iran. And then it's like, hey, like how come you don't have water? Like, look at all what these Shia are doing. They're depriving you of water. Everyone's suffering, right? Like it's interesting how these Shia are like starving these Sunni farmers, right?
Don't you want to get back at them, and then suddenly the black flag appears on the horizon and the Toyota Hiluxes, and somebody's offering you, a way out of this and a way to like, hit
and
back.
It's like I'm not even saying that there aren't like possibly like elements of that, right? Like there are, like there isn't like kind of like these things, like these persecutions like are kind of this, I don't like whether persecution or not, like this kind of like like inequity, it like is real, right? Like because for various reasons, right, these like resources are being mismanaged, right? Because the like in the aftermath of this invasion, right? Like this is also like a big, again, like you can't really separate that. Like there's a huge causative factor like that still lingers, is like the U.S. invasion of Iraq. Like for everything that we're seeing, like it's amazing. It's truly, I mean, it seems like on one level it's like a banal thing to say, like, oh yeah, the reasons why like Iraq is struggling so much is because like the U.S. invaded it and like subjugated it and killed 1 million people. But people do seem to forget this and blame other things, like
or they think it stopped at some point,
or the weather, like, but it's not really.
It more or less stopped, but I think the Iraqi state has been in a very weak and desperate kind of position, like, since, think about, like, so much of their infrastructure was like destroyed and bombed out, both in the initial invasion and like the civil conflict that like followed. Then on top of that, you have like the gutting of all of the government, like, the debathification and like the gutting of all, government agencies and the U.S. coalition authority watching over everything, which I'm sure that probably had a lot to do with like exploding corruption and blah, blah, blah. And then on top of that, like not being able to really, I don't know, build back better in an expedient way. I mean, really, the U.S. left in like, what was it, 2010, like the end of 2010 formally. And then they had, 3 or 4 years? And then ISIS invades from Syria and takes over like a third, the kind of the northern part of the country, and, is even threatening like the kind of Baghdad area. And that becomes, and then they're threatening, they're sabotaging agriculture left and right and threatening to blow up dams. And of course, like, disrupting, the normal flow of commerce and normal economic activity and all these other things, and destroy, the process of the battle for Mosul and getting that city back. Like, it was heavily destroyed and bombed by both sides, and then, has had to be rebuilt. So it's been like one hit after another, where they haven't really been given a fair chance or enough money to really build back and be like a stable country. Like, it's somewhat stable, but then you have all these like kind of like these gaps of authority, like the sort of parastate Shia militias that seem to be like tolerated by the government to some extent, but they're not part of the government, but they kind of roam around and like fill in gaps that the government can't do, things the government can't do. And then you have a kind of restive, like in the more Sunni majority parts of the country and like the West and kind of the North, like you have a lot of discontent. But then I think through the actions of ISIS being so provocative and destructive and sectarian, like, those people are maybe put upon now, if they were perceived to be, rightly or wrongly, like sympathetic to ISIS. So they get kind of like marginalized further. It's like, it's just a really messy situation, and it's all and even before the U.S. invasion, like the sanctions regime of the 90s, which like really fucked up like Saddam Hussein's ability to feed the population of Iraq or engage in like normal, just like sell their oil, be a petrol state, and like like sell their oil and make money, and then like distribute it to the population. Like they're still locked in this paradox now where they still have oil, a lot of it, but either like I don't even know the exact ownership of like, like who has stakes in the oil company, the state oil companies. Are there Western companies in there? Like, do they? I know one thing I think we both stumbled on was there's this deal now, again, like downstream from the drought problems, between Turkey and Iraq, that is like basically a water for oil deal. Like they're agreeing that Turkey will supply them with a certain amount of water, and then they're sort of underwriting that with like oil revenues. So in a way, they're, which some people have said is like a little bit unprecedented in the history of water diplomacy, to be like trading water access for a commodity like oil. That's actually kind of a disturbing innovation or departure from norms.
Yeah, it is. Like it is unprecedented. And so as far as I know, it's insane. Yeah.
So you can see them boxed in very weak position for like going over 30 years now, and not allowed to just be a functioning kind of normal country. That and then this drought has kept them on their back the last 5 years, pretty much, where they have huge agricultural problems, and people have had to move from certain regions just because there's so little water. I guess the rivers are kind of like getting low or drying up in some places. The groundwater reserve is like depleted.
I mean, this is like a crazy report from what is this group called? They're like the Century Foundation. I mean, I don't know how sus they are, but this is by a non-resident fellow, Zainab Shukr. and she like gives a good like overview of like the sort of status quo like in Iraq. According to some studies, Iraq is heating twice as fast as the global average. These trends are fitted to worsen over time. Days when temperatures hit 120 degrees will go from around 14 per year to more than 40 over the next 2 decades, according to a report by the European Union Institute of Security Studies. This is the kind of stuff where like, these groups are saying it like, oh, this is like so terrible, and then probably some people are like, great, yes, like, good, like, thank you, thanks for your report. Anyway, Baghdad is already becoming intolerably hot and is expected to continue to bear the worst of the increased heat because of its limited green spaces, uncontrolled urban development, and dysfunctional housing designs. Severe heat will be devastating. Iraq is one of the countries most exposed to high heat wave severity, with 6% of children exposed to extremely high temperatures. UNICEF estimates that by 2050, every child in Iraq will be exposed to high heat wave severity. Children suffer disproportionately from such heat exposure because they don't regulate body temperature as well as adults. The increase in temperature has a domino effect on other weather patterns and resource quantity and quality. Water evaporates more quickly. Iraq is already one of the top 20 countries for water insecurity as a result of water mismanagement, outdated infrastructure and irrigation methods, and the inability of Iraq's government to negotiate with its neighbors over water share and access. As Turkey is struggling with its own water shortage, Iraq's northwestern neighbor has invested in several dam projects, of which the massive Elisu Dam on the Tigris is best known. These projects have decreased water levels in Iraq, and calls from Iraqi officials in main upstream countries, including Turkey and Iran, often led to no meaningful outcome. There's nothing new about Iraq's cross-border water issues. Since the 1960s, unilateral irrigation plans have altered the river's flows. Iraqi officials have long maintained that the dams Turkey built on rivers are causing a decline in water levels and severe droughts in Iraq. Meanwhile, Turkey blames Iraq's poor management and outdated irrigation systems for the latter's shortages. Whatever the cause of Iraq's water shortages, it is certain that more rapid evaporation and more extreme droughts will only make this long-standing problem worse. In 2019, the World Bank estimated that the gap between water demand and supply in Iraq could increase from 5 billion cubic meters to 11 billion cubic meters by 2035. Increased strain on the water supply is already showing. By 2022, some 39% of Iraq's arable land territory had already been desertified. An additional 54% of arable land is now at risk of imminent desertification. In the 2020 to 2021 rainy season was the second driest in the last 40 years. This led to the reduction of water flow in the Tigris by 29% and the Euphrates by 73%. In 2022, the Iraq Ministry of Water Resources warned that the country's water reserves had halved since the previous year. It talks about the impacts like on children. Yeah, so this is like really a nightmare. And this,
people want to
causes.
I guess if people want to know what like true climate water crisis is, like you can look at what the last 5 years in Iraq. It's pretty severe. Like a half reduction in 1 year over year.
Yeah,
that's not good.
Yeah, and this is like some, these are just some milestones, right? Like you can probably point to others, but it talks about the various milestones. The first was the Gulf War in 1991. The environmental devastation that the war inflicted on Kuwait is better known. Retreating Iraqi forces burned more than 700 oil wells, spilling 60 million barrels of oil in the process. While these events did not directly affect Iraq, the indirect impact of the Gulf War set the scene for what was to come. The destruction of Iraq's marshlands came next. In the aftermath of the Iraqi army retreat from Kuwait, Shia and Kurdish rebels in southern and northern Iraq, respectively, began resisting Saddam Hussein's regime, which had long marginalized them. The Kurdish rebels received assistance from the United States and generally fared better, while with Iraqi Kurdistan enjoying some autonomy even before Saddam was deposed. Iraqi Shia rebels were less lucky. Saddam's regime launched a brutal campaign against them and drained the southern marshes where many of them lived, under the pretense of converting the territories to irrigated farmland. Before his destruction, the marshlands, which are sometimes referred to as the Garden of Eden, were home to millions of birds and a flyaway for millions more migrating between Siberia and Africa. The last complete survey was that done in the 1970s, and found that this area had at least 80 bird species, many of which were rare or close to extinction, such as the marble teal and the Bosra weed warbler. I won't go too long about the effect of the birds, but many extinct birds. The food chain collapsed, key fungi and algae disappeared. The human cost was unsurprisingly devastating. The Marsh Arabs, also called the Ma'adan, are inheritors of one of the oldest living cultures. Their lifestyle of fishing, rice cultivation, and buffalo breeding is deeply connected to the environment and the land. They build their homes using swamp reeds. As Saddam crushed the insurgency and drained the wetlands, those Ma'adan that had survived had few options. rebuild destroyed villages in a degraded landscape, accept resettlement elsewhere in Iraq, or escape to Iran. The area was depopulated. In 1991, there were some 250,000 Mahdan in the marshes. By 2003, an estimated 10,000 remained. Some 100 to 200,000 marsh Arabs were internally displaced. The second main outcome of the Gulf War was the near destruction of Iraq's economy. Bombing by the U.S.-led coalition dealt the first blow. Research has shown that those bombing campaigns were calculated to cause maximum economic and psychological damage by targeting Iraq's infrastructure. One target was the electricity infrastructure. Coalition bombing reduced Iraq's electrical output to around 4% of its pre-war output. 4 months after the war ended, Iraq was producing about as much electricity as it had in 1920.
Ooh.
The West's severe economic sanctions finished what the bombing started. Elites connected to Saddam certainly didn't enjoy the sanctions, but it was the Iraqi people who suffered most. The country's GDP shrank by more than 2/3. Shortages caused food prices to spiral. Infrastructure already strained by the Iran-Iraq War and the Gulf War bombing further decayed in irrigation, water purification, sewage treatment, and even oil and gas extraction. And without access to international financing or assistance, the government could not fix the broken infrastructure, let alone update it. The country's outdated infrastructure would play a significant role in worsening Iraq's climate and pollution crisis after the U.S.-led invasion in 2003. The third and arguably the most significant outcome of the Gulf War was the devastation of the country's different institutions and bureaucratic capacity. A paranoid and weakened Saddam found himself increasingly isolated from the international community. He had maintained strength and stability in the 1970s as part of an oil for obedience social contract, and in the 1980s by mobilizing group solidarity against a mutual outsider threat, Iran. But now he had limited resources to maintain the existing social contract between state and citizens, and the population was increasingly alienated. His new strategy was to strengthen the role of traditional authorities, such as tribal groups. In tandem, he moved to minimize what few checks and balances remained in his authority, to give further freedom for his inner circle to engage in state-sanctioned corruption. In short, power became even more concentrated during this period, and poor governance systems became more deeply entrenched. These same practices set the stage for the power vacuum that followed the U.S.-led invasion in 2003. They also limited the state's capacity to respond and to address climate-related threats. This is this phrase. I think this is not AI, but it's one of these not just, but the U.S.-led invasion of Iraq in 2003 wasn't just a violation of international law based on spurious evidence of Saddam and weapons of mass destruction. It was also an environmental disaster. The invasion increased Iraq's environmental vulnerability directly and indirectly. The obvious consequences for the environment came in the form of toxic waste disposed of carelessly, as well as the impact of the weapons used during the war on health and ecology. But the invasion also did indirect environmental damage. The United States supported and elevated political opposition to leadership positions while also building a system of governing that revolved around sectarian tensions and contested identity, as you were saying. At the same time, the U.S. occupation barred the Ba'ath Party, banned the Ba'ath. It does say barred. Anyway, whatever. Creating a power vacuum and lowering the capacity of bureaucratic institutions. The United States also disbanded the military, alienating hundreds of thousands of trained men with few dignified employment alternatives. This created the perfect condition for the rise of political turmoil, insurgency, and terrorist organizations. All of these American decisions enfeebled Iraqi institutions, making them less capable of responding to long-standing environmental problems in the country, let alone more emerging concerns. The retreating Iraqi army burned oil wells, as it had in the Gulf War, but far fewer wells were set on fire than in Kuwait in 1991, and they were extinguished much more quickly. However, the invasion left a devastating amount of other types of war pollution. A 2010 investigation by the Sunday Times found that the U.S. military generated and abandoned approximately 11 million pounds of toxic waste in Iraq. The waste included engine and...
Ask the Bidens about that.
Yeah. Yeah. There you go. An epidemiologist who examined the health consequences of Fallujah found that the area had the highest rate of genetic damage in any population ever studied.
I think they used a lot of depleted uranium rounds there, didn't they? Yeah, that's another environmental war crime that I think they did in Serbia as well, and probably Afghanistan. But yeah, it's a nice thing to do. Just a little, salting the earth with a little depleted uranium for generations to cause birth defects. So yeah, that's certainly relevant to the situation they find themselves in today. And
yes, very much so. And that's the thing, it's kind of it's important to emphasize about the kind of idea of whether weapons, whether these, I think maybe we can talk soon about some of the history of U.S. interest in this. But like, you know, there is no such thing as a non-weather weapon in a way, especially not in modern warfare. Like especially when you're like inflicting this level of like ecological devastation on a country, like you can't like recover from that. You know, and
Yeah.
so like this, yeah. So my point is kind of like that. There's this kind of like erming that happens. Like it's like you really think like that this rain is being, that like this is happening because like if someone else did it, like an enemy did this, like it was stolen. Like whether or not the rain was stolen, which it may very well have been, because it was quite normal to suggest that this was possible until very recently. And as far as I'm concerned, the jury still seems to be out. Especially with the way technology is developing. But like
considering the around the clock nature of the UAE's cloud seeding operations, where it seems like whenever there's a good cloud coming, they scramble a plane to go up and like make it rain. I mean, at scale, you could see it being this kind of like gatekeeper for like a cloud catcher kind of thing, where anything coming from a direction that's passing over UAE on its way to a place like Iraq is just going to get intercepted. And it's already a drought, so like there's not that much rain to go around, so
right.
Yeah, that's messed up.
It's not just a matter of like the weather, it's not just like that.
Yeah. Contrary to what David Resnick says about the New York Times, it's not just the weather,
right?
Remember?
Yes.
Anyways, yeah, but I mean, let's see. We referenced a few things about the military's mindset in all of this, right? Already, and evidence that they kind of have been doing it. I don't know if we wanted to venture out into this territory, a little more wild territory with like weather-based weapons, but I happened to find a big Atlantic article from this March about the conspiracy theories around HARP in Alaska.
Oh yeah, I found something crazy about HARP.
Okay,
which, like,
all right. Yeah, there's a lot of weird shit around it. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I don't like. It's not necessarily about like the station HARP itself. I think that I think that the reason why like weather like weapons are all associated with HARP has kind of like to do with like the sociology of like conspiracy theory in a way, like more so than like HARP itself being particularly sus. Like, I mean, HARP may be sus in some ways, but like I think that the reason why it has this kind of outsized presence in like the discourse around weather modification is because there's this whole like you might appreciate this. It's like a whole family story of the Begic family.
The Begic, the Croatian American Begic family, who are huge political players in Alaskan politics, right?
Yes, yeah. I think it was Nick Begic Sr. He was the Democratic congressman. Well, he was the congressman from Alaska because Alaska's all one big congressional district.
Yes.
And wouldn't you know it, he mysteriously died in he disappeared in a Cessna.
I remember this.
It was never found.
I remember this happening in like the 2000s. Wait, actually, no, I'm sorry. No, this is way earlier, right? In like the 70s?
Yeah,
he disappeared October 16th, 1972. He was a Democrat. But didn't another person prominent in Alaskan politics also die in a Cessna plane crash, like in the 2000s?
Might be. I mean, Alaska, people are crashing planes in Alaska a lot.
There's a lot of
small aircraft
exactly
are crashing in Alaska. But so first of all, that was like very mysterious, and there was like there were like whispers of a kind of a conspiracy like around this, separate from any kind of a weather related thing. I actually found like an article about it. Hold on, it's why archive.org. Hold on. It's now like not coming up. Let me see. Yeah.
Okay, sorry. It was
jamming it. Yeah.
Just to clear up, it was Senator Ted Stevens of Alaska who crashed in 2009, I believe, like in a Cessna in Alaska.
Okay.
So not the Begiches, but the Begich patriarch Nick Sr. Did in the early 70s, and then his grandson Nick Begich III is the current, I believe, Republican representative of Alaska today. since 2020.
And he got his start like working on like as the campaign coordinator for the guy who like only was in Congress because like just like before the election his grandfather mysteriously disappeared in a Cessna.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah. Was that Howard Pollock?
No, it was Doug, something like something like that, like Doug.
Oh, sorry, no, this is later. The special election.
Don Young. Sorry.
Oh, Don Young.
Don
okay,
Young.
yeah, you're right. Yeah, Don Young died a few years ago. Okay, so he ended up working for his grandson. Ended up working for Don Young, who became the next big shot, right?
Yeah. Right. Yeah. I'm just saying, like, I'm trying to find. I did save this article, but now it's like suddenly. I think maybe this is it. Oh, what? They're suppressing it. Page not found. I read this like the other day. This is crazy. Wow. It was called like let me see. Yeah, it's even in the Seattle Weekly Archive. You can still click on it, but now it's gone. In 1972, 2 U.S. representatives boarded a plane and disappeared. What happened?
Wait a minute. Was this the same
Hale Boggs?
Yes, this is the same plane crash that killed member of the Warren Commission, Hale Boggs.
Yes. Yeah.
Which there have been some conspiracy theories about this plane crash, maybe not specifically to target Begich, but to take out Boggs, who was one of the only Warren Commission members who I think, like after the official, whitewash report had and the Jim Garrison stuff, I think had like he had made some public comments, like kind of being like, well, maybe we didn't get it totally right or something along those lines, right? Am I remembering that correctly? Yeah, it says here that somebody did Jonathan Walchek, a journalist and podcaster, has investigated for years. Had an iHeartMedia podcast. Yeah, right. Called Missing in Alaska, which explored such conspiracy theories such as that J. Edgar Hoover or Detroit mobsters operating in Tucson had arranged for Hale Boggs to be assassinated. I mean, I think it was probably, CIA, but as well. But interesting. Yeah, so the Begich done, but then there's also another twist in here, right, with this family legacy, because the one in between, Nick Begich Jr.
That's their relationship with Harp
is the author of Angels Don't Play This Harp, like the conspiracy book about it.
Right. And he is the guy who popularized basically the whole like idea of HARP as like a weather modification center.
It's I found he has like an academic seeming article on Alachua County, the Alachua County website, Dr. Nick Begich and Gene Manning, 1997, Angels Don't Play This Harp, Advances in Tesla Technology. Interesting. So yeah, this must have been like the early version of what became the book, which I feel like that launched the HARP meme kind of into the mainstream of conspiracy culture, and is still kind of known today, even though I think a lot of people forget the specifics of it.
It's almost synonymous with like weather control, like the name HARP. Yeah.
Like a big crazy, like they're shooting radiation beams off the atmosphere.
They control the northern lights and everything. Yeah.
He is the eldest son of the late U.S. Congressman Nick Begich Sr. He's well known in Alaska for his political activity. So this is the father of the sitting congressman now I believe in Alaska, Nick Begich III, unless he happens to be his uncle, and they kind of.
No, it is the father.
Okay.
I mean, because senior, junior, the third. You don't get to be the third, I think, if you're like it's an uncle. I don't think.
Yeah, unless you have a very strong sense of. Third. I guess you're right. Yeah, that's probably true.
I don't think so. Maybe it works that way. Can you have junior, senior, and then can you be the third if you're not the son of the junior?
Like if you're the first one in the family that's descended from that patriarch, maybe.
Huh.
I'm trying to think.
Kind of weird. It kind of I don't know. Is that like the reason why they sometimes have two instead of junior? But Henry Ford II went by two just cause, like just because he didn't want to be called junior, I guess. I don't know. Right?
He also was. I mean, that was more of a skipping generation thing because Edsel was the son, and then Edsel's son was Henry Ford II.
Oh, that is why.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, he wasn't.
Yeah,
it wasn't a. They weren't a direct
he
senior
didn't have
junior.
any sons named Henry. Okay.
Yeah. It does look though. It's funny how it doesn't list the young Nick Begich, who's now a congressman. It says relatives: Nick Begich Sr., grandfather; Tom Begich, uncle; Mark Begich, uncle. Like, damn, no mention of the. It must be. Nick Begich Jr. is his dad, but he doesn't want to mention
he doesn't
it
have a Wikipedia
due
article.
to the
Yeah.
very hard. It's kind of hard to like find information on him except for like harp stuff. Like I don't know actually where he is these days. But yeah, I don't know. There's some older YouTube videos. I don't know if he's kind of fallen off or if he doesn't talk about harp stuff anymore. But a relatively like heavy hitting connected guy to be writing what I always considered a little more like a far out conspiracy theory kind of book, right? Like this guy is directly like a
No, I was reading a little
scion.
bit of it, and like I'm not like super like sold on the harp thing. I mean, I think harp probably is sus to the same extent that like all those places are like kind of sus, but I don't know if like his like analysis of harp is really like fully accurate. I don't know. What do you think?
Right. Well, I'm kind of looking through this Atlantic article that came out a couple months ago that is addressing the conspiracy theories. Like this author went to Alaska and got a tour of HARP and like interviewed people that were involved in it and to try to understand why it became such a flashpoint of conspiracy theories, and to also, maybe see if like maybe it's a little bit true. But I feel like this being the Atlantic, it's probably on a kind of like an NPR tip of like, crazy conspiracy theorists are just blah blah blah. So she says that it's like I guess it's up by Fairbanks, like kind of up in the middle of Alaska, like relatively far north. Let me see, this is very like magazine feature, experiential first person kind of article. But she says that what is this author? Caitlin Tiffany says that I've been curious about HARP for a while because of rumors such as like it causes the aurora borealis, or that it could start like it could like manipulate hurricanes or something. So she's been curious about rumors like that. The lab has also been erroneously credited with various supernatural occurrences, backward walking caribou, and secret contact with extraterrestrials covered up by men in black. Most commonly, it's blamed for events caused...
I hate like the way that people write about. Like,
I know,
anyway,
yeah. She puts that in quotes, the hyperlink, the men in black. I'm not sure what that links to, but...
Well, I don't know, maybe someone... Yeah, I'm curious.
An Amazon affiliate link for like the movie. Yeah, it's going to take too long. But most commonly, it's blamed for events caused by nature. The office phone rings after hurricanes, earthquakes, floods, wildfires, tornadoes, and typhoons, no matter where in the world they occur. A 2024 study found that HARP was the subject of more than 1 million conspiracism-inflected posts on Twitter from January 2022 to March 2023, primarily about natural disasters. In early 2024, the far-right influencer Laura Loomer suggested that HARP created a snowstorm to dampen turnout at the Iowa caucuses and thwart the Trump campaign.
Funny.
It's the dumbest thing to use the HARP for, but
this is like the Barbara Honegger, like, satellite creating sunlight thing to
a beam of light on Reagan.
Right, yeah.
When I visited HARP this past November, calls were coming in about whether the facility had caused Hurricane Melissa, which had recently swept through Jamaica and Cuba, resulting in at least 88 fatalities and billions of dollars in damage. Well, funny enough, I mean, you did find like old clippings that there actually was like evidence that or allegations that the CIA used cloud seeding offensively against Cuba in the late 70s, specifically to ruin their sugar harvest for that year because Fidel Castro had staked his honor on like being able to raise like 10 million tons of sugar or something, and they fell short. And then
there was a lot of reporting on this. Yeah, we should talk a little bit more.
So I wouldn't earn that one away immediately when they're attacking Cuba with hurricanes. So all of this anxiety is focused on a unique research instrument housed at HARP, which is owned by the University of Alaska at Fairbanks and was originally built by the military for $290 million. The array, as the instrument is called, is a grid of 180 transmitters that each sit atop a 72-foot tall post, arranged in a clearing and surrounded by Alaskan wilderness. You could call it the world's highest-powered radio transmitter, but it's more precisely its most powerful ionospheric heater, which sounds scarier. HAARP transmissions reflect off the ionosphere, part of the upper atmosphere that starts about 30 miles above the Earth's surface, and temporarily heat or excite it. The Navy hoped to use the facility to work out new forms of long-range communication, and the Air Force wanted to study, quote, killer electrons that sometimes damage satellites. But their interest in these pursuits ran out, and the military turned the facility over to the university in 2015 rather than bulldoze it. David Heisel, an engineering professor at Cornell who has conducted experiments there, told me the most succinct way to summarize what HAARP now studies is, quote, the effects that the ionosphere has on signals, on radio wave propagation, which is not very exciting. The equipment looks crazy, but it can't affect the parts of the atmosphere where the Earth's weather is created. Still, the calls to the lab continue. The Facebook posts go viral. The university has held open houses, posted public information pages, and produced irreverent merch, but nothing seems to tamp down suspicion. Jessica Matthews, HAARP's director, is an Air Force veteran, and her first instinct was to deal with conspiracy theories in the style of the military. If left to myself, I wouldn't say anything, she told me, but that's not the right answer. She spent close to 4 hours on Zoom walking me through more than 100 slides about HAARP and its history. Afterwards, I accepted her invitation to Alaska to see what it looks like for her team to contort around conspiracy theories every single day. How do memes and menacing phone calls shape the lives of a bunch of regular people doing confusing science in a remote town that has not even one good place to buy a pizza? So she goes up on this adventure to HAARP, and she was there for the start of a week-long research campaign. A modest grant from the National Science Foundation provides most of HAARP's operating budget. The center groups experiments together and runs them back-to-back in these concentrated blocks. So anyways, once in a while, the experiments look like something. When the bartender in Anchorage told me that HAARP does the aurora, that was wrong, but it can make something like the aurora in very small spots. The array can heat a patch of the ionosphere, or excite its electrons, to the point where it creates what scientists call air glow. This is an extremely faint temporary aura of sorts which can flicker red or green. You'd have to really stare at it, train your eyes, and convince yourself you were seeing it in order to be impressed. More likely, you'd be underwhelmed. HAARP is powerful by comparison to other things that humans do, but it's nothing compared to what nature does, Heisel told me. All right. So I guess, they're really going to a big efforts to, calm people's, suspicions of HAARP. With doing all these, presentations and stuff for people to, prove that they're not sus.
I mean, honestly,
okay.
this Men in Black article that she linked to, actually is kind of interesting because, it starts off talking about, whoa, this is from 1995.
Okay.
The rumors are buzzing across the internet that a Pentagon physics experiment on a wind-whipped tract of U.S. Air Force land in Alaska has a secret purpose, digging up bodies of UFO aliens. Another rumor has it that men in black suits and thin black ties are jumping out of a black sedan to beat up Alaskan opponents of the project. Countering these odd speculations is all in a day's work for Rami Shani. This is from the Washington Post, by the way. President of Advanced Powers Technologies, Inc., APTI, the Washington-based firm building the $160 million Alaska project for the U.S. military. There's this paranoia about sinister things being done there, said Shani. It's not true. The program is called HAARP, or High Frequency Active Auroral Research Project. When finished, it will consist of 360 72-foot antennas in the town of Kokona, northeast of Anchorage. It will transmit a beam of high-frequency energy into the ionosphere, 35 miles to 500 miles above the Earth, to heat and test the ionosphere as a way to improve military communications. Shani also spends time addressing the more down-to-earth complaints of some Alaska environmental activists. Yes, he says, the experiment could disrupt television and radio reception nearby, and federal communications agencies are studying that. And yes, the test could scramble the electronics of planes flying overhead and cause a senator to crash and die. No, sorry, but
Oops, yeah.
But yeah, that's why HAARP will be automatically turned off when its sensors detect a plane nearby.
Okay, that's
but,
not the most reassuring thing ever,
yeah.
honestly. It could totally scramble a plane and make it crash, but we turn it off for that.
But the strongest note of skepticism is sounded by a small group of American physicists, some of whom have aired complaints in scientific journals such as Physics and Society. These physicists fear that HAARP may not be simply the benign science experiment advocates describe, but possibly phase one of a secret U.S. military program that could be seeking ways to blow other countries' spacecraft out of the sky or disrupt communications over large portions of the planet. The critics allege HAARP could be, in the words of New Jersey physicist Richard Williams, a consultant to the David Sarnoff Laboratory in Princeton, an irresponsible act of global vandalism. The Pentagon and APT deny it, and the critics offer scant proof of their theory. But the project's advocates fear that attacks by scientists and environmental activists may, along with its price tag, endanger HAARP. The project has attracted little notice so far, perhaps because it's so arcane. But as odd as it seems, HAARP is scientifically sound, physicists agree. As ionospheric experiments go, it is much bigger than others around the world, from Russia and Norway to Puerto Rico. The ionosphere interests scientists because this atmospheric layer contains charged atoms and electrons that cause it to distort or absorb radio signals passing through it, or make them bounce, such as when a radio station is heard 1,000 miles from its tower. HAARP's mission is to perturb the ionosphere by beaming high-frequency radio waves into it to better understand its basic properties. HAARP officials said in a report. The Air Force and Navy hope it will lead to dramatically improved communications with U.S. submarines and the ability to spot incoming enemy missiles much earlier than is possible now. The physicist critics have little problem with the project if built along those lines, but Williams and the other physicists fear the government plans a second stage of HAARP, in which it would beam more energy into the ionosphere. That could produce, quote, a severe disruption of the upper atmosphere at one location that, quote, may produce effects that spread rapidly around the Earth for years, Williams said. The Pentagon said it has no interest in doing the more ambitious tests that critics fear, or in ratcheting up HAARP to even a fraction of the energy level necessary to pull off those feats. But the critics just don't believe us, said John L. Heckscher, HAARP's Air Force director. One physicist skeptical of Air Force claims is Bernard Eastland, who developed the concepts behind HAARP, as well as the Buck Rogers-ish scenarios feared by critics. Again, this kind of sneering thing. He developed the concepts behind it. And then it's like he also is talking about these Buck Rogers fantasies. Like, wouldn't the guy who came up with the concepts behind it have some insight?
Right. Can we hear him out a little bit?
Taking seriously? Yeah. HAARP could indeed be applied to some of the far out things I talked about, said Eastland from his Texas office. The basic question is there any intent to do anything like what's in my patents? Eastland was hired in the mid-1980s by Atlantic Richfield Company to solve a dilemma. It owned 33 trillion cubic feet of Alaskan natural gas and had no economical way to remove it. The firm, seeking ways to use the fuel there, tried to think of a government project requiring large amounts of power. APTI, then a division of Atlantic Richfield, retained Eastland as a consultant, and he hit on the idea that became HAARP. It would need about 3.6 megawatts of power, a fraction of the power in a lightning bolt to perform its tests. But Eastland also developed more far-out ideas, requiring greater surges of power, approximately those in a nuclear blast. The Pentagon got interested and gave him several $100,000 in research funds. His ideas are embodied in the 3 1987 patents, one of which was classified and later declassified in 1991. He said the military was interested because, in the event of a Soviet nuclear attack in the United States, an Alaska site would be under the path of the incoming warheads. Eastland's scenario was to use high-frequency radio waves to beam large amounts of power into the ionosphere, energizing its electrons and ions in order to disable incoming missiles and knock out enemy satellite communications. The military hopes such a missile defense system could be more manageable and less expensive than the Troubled Strategic Defense Initiative or Star Wars anti-missile system. Apti Shani said he dismissed Eastland around 1989 because his work was way out, but Apti still owned Eastland's patents, including his once classified ones. In 1992, APTI won the Pentagon contract to build HAARP. It continued to oversee the project after Atlantic Richfield sold the unit to Dallas-based defense contractor E-Systems Inc. last year. Shani said Eastland's assertion that the Pentagon plans to build the system in his patents is nonsense. Added the Air Force Heckscher, Eastland's patents have nothing whatsoever to do with HAARP. So then, it goes on to talk about what HAARP actually does, which, you already explained. But, yeah. So, at the time, people, serious people who actually were involved in the concepts, that developed into HAARP, were skeptical of it. Nothing really to do with the weather necessarily, but they were kind of like sussed out that this was like going to like destroy the atmosphere, or have like seriously deleterious atmospheric effects. Oh, I see you stepped away from the computer. Yeah. So hold on. Yeah. I guess since you're gone, I will maybe let me see. Where to go from here? There's a lot of interesting things I want to talk about, kind of. I guess this is kind of a good segue. This is talk about a little bit of like the history. Like the Vietnamese instance is kind of like the most famous, but this was like I think an essay that was like one of the exhibits in like a Senate hearing about this, about weather modification. There's no author that I know of, but or that's listed, but it's just listed as a case study 2, weather modification, the evolution of an R&D program into a military operation. In an obscure Vietnamese publication on the history of the Battle of Dien Bien Phu, the following notation appears under the entry for April 23rd, 1954. General Staff of General Devar sent a radio message to General Cogny informing him that on April 24th, 150 baskets of activated charcoal and 150 bags of ballast will be flown from Paris for the making of artificial rain aimed at impeding our movement and supply. All right, maybe we can turn to that later. I see Demetrius now.
All right, I've not returned yet.
No, yeah. Right. No, I was just saying before that, like, even though HARP didn't really have anything to do with the weather necessarily, like, it was seen as something that, or like, it wasn't intended to like control the weather necessarily, even from the accounts of its early critics. It did, they were concerned, like people who were even involved in the creation of HARP, like they were concerned that like possibly this could have like really deleterious environmental effects,
Right, blasting the ionosphere.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like
and yeah,
you could sweep across the whole earth.
You could maybe see it having a kind of dual use weapon purpose for some kind of Star Wars thing, or like shooting down satellites or something like that. Potentially, So I think I read through the rest of that Atlantic article, and it's very much like, nah, nothing to see here. But isn't it so interesting that everyone's so paranoid about this thing? It's probably because it's out in the middle of nowhere, and it makes it even more mysterious, like that they try to like hide it away from everybody, but there's really nothing to worry about, and she brings up that if some Republicans are trying to ban weather modification, which, lumps in totally ordinary and awesome scientific research with, other crazy things and blah, blah, blah. She doesn't really draw the distinction that maybe some cloud seeding could be used as a weapon, or, there could be health effects that are, yeah. Though, Republicans do be reductive about it sometimes, to be sure.
Yeah. I mean, like, it's very interesting how, like, there is kind of this, I don't know, like, for some reason, like, it almost even more so than, like, it's one of those things kind of like lizard people or whatever, not to, like, necessarily say that this credence should be given to that per se, but, like, the like the weather manipulation thing is kind of like a third rail issue where like it's an issue where people have this kind of reflexive response to be like like that's nonsense, like for instance there's this article by Rebecca Pincus of the US Coast Guard Academy that I thought was pretty good. It's called "To Prostitute the Elements."
Oh yeah, this was good.
Did you read this?
Yeah, I did.
Like
I did.
So I thought it is like a good overview of like kind of the history of the U.S. military, interest in weather modification. She writes that these programs flourished in the immediate post-Second World War and the early Cold War years as the field of military science expanded to address the sprawling Soviet threat. One area of growth was in atmospheric science, which had already taken off preceding the Second World War in conjunction with the growth of air warfare. Advances in meteorology, cloud science, and climatology enabled military interests to align with weather forecasters and also agricultural interests. As old ideas about cloud seeding and weather control were revived in the light of new research, the military, largely through the Air Force, advanced a series of projects investigating the potential of weather and climate control, manipulation, and ultimately weaponization. These programs, which are sometimes linked to the U.S. Department of Agriculture programs aimed at improving agricultural production, persisted for decades. Some of the newly developed tools were deployed. Local climate manipulation efforts during the Vietnam conflict were aimed at impeding traffic along the Ho Chi Minh Trail, like you mentioned, with mixed results. Significant efforts came during the Weather Bureau leadership of Francis W. Reichelderfer, whose papers contain a wealth of information about efforts ranging from cloud seeding to proposals to drop atomic weapons on hurricanes. These papers Sorry, I'm going to increase my brightness. These papers contain a wealth of, these papers, along with those of the Weather Bureau scientist Harry Wexler, provide a fascinating window to a time when the U.S. military and scientific establishment seem poised to grasp the levers of power over nature itself. This paper describes these little-studied programs and situates these efforts from the broader military science programs accompanying the emergence of air warfare, as well as the post-war science programs aimed at countering the Soviet challenge. Military weather programs have consistently demonstrated a focus on reducing operational uncertainty and improving outcomes through gaining complete knowledge of and thereby control over weather and climate systems. Although the U.S. is bound by the 1977 Environmental Modification Treaty, ENMOD, which forbids climate weather modification, ENMOD language is vague enough to leave considerable leeway and came under widespread criticism at the time of promulgation. While treaty language may permit the use of weather modification capabilities, the question of public opinion and political fallout is more significant. Nonetheless, the current reality of an unofficial war does raise questions about possible current or future deployment of weather or climate modification technologies, particularly as geoengineering for climate change becomes a more serious topic. Yes. Political opinion is considerably removed from the period of intense military criticism and ardent environmentalism of the 1970s, and the increasing likelihood of climate engineering in the 21st century may open the door to further discussion of weather and climate weaponization. Consideration of the modern history of U.S. military involvement with weather and climate control programs reveals several recurrent themes. Unsurprisingly, the operational benefits of weather control are a key focus. This theme is echoed in the minor key as the cost of adverse weather and climatic conditions are emphasized. The pursuit of weather and climate control is often justified on the grounds that major U.S. enemies, first the Soviets and more recently the Chinese, are undoubtedly pursuing such capabilities. What has been described as American military techno-optimism has been full flower, again, hating the techno, and as advocates of weather and climate control programs, display boundless optimism over the soon-to-be-realized benefits of achieving mastery over nature. I'll skip ahead a little bit. It talks about the sort of Mount Greylock incident, Project Cirrus, which is financed entirely by defense resources and carried out by General Electric, was the first known attempt at hurricane modification. While largely unsuccessful, this project laid the groundwork for later joint efforts by the Weather Bureau and the Navy to advance hurricane modification through large-scale seeding. See, this is a serious field of interest. To think that they don't have capabilities in this area is, I feel, a little bit naive.
Yeah,
and that they don't try to do it.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think that. I think to that extent, there's definitely some obfuscation and kind of psyop stuff going on. I actually found an interesting article from years ago that kind of charts a bit of a middle course. It was actually in Wired by Sharon Weinberger, but it's really just a summary of some article she published in Nature that I think was called Atmospheric Physics Heating Up the Heavens. And I'm trying to actually pull it up right now, but it's a little challenging. Archive is being very stubborn with its captcha. It doesn't think I'm real. But
I can read the description of the Vietnam. This might actually be a better summary than the longer Senate evidence thing I was reading. The Vietnam conflict saw the deployment of weather weaponization programs. Columnist Jack Anderson broke the story of highly secret military rainmaking in March 1971. The story was soon confirmed by the release of the Pentagon Papers and published on the front page of the New York Times in 1972. Rainmaking over Vietnam and Laos was kept highly secret in order to avoid uncomfortable, troubling questions. The program was considered extremely sensitive politically, particularly regarding U.S. allies. For example, what if friendly Thailand claimed that its rice paddies were being denied water that was artificially precipitated over Laos? What if they thought that?
Yeah, right.
Who would have? What a crazy notion. Neither the governments of South Vietnam, Laos, and Thailand, nor their U.S. ambassadors were informed of the program. Only the president, secretaries of state and defense, the director of the CIA were informed, along with a few key staff. Dennis J. Doolin, Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Eastern Asia, the man with DoD responsibility for the region, was also unaware of the program. In the U.S. military, only 4 generals were aware, and about half a dozen members of the 1st Weather Group. The Air Force Air Weather Service ran the operation, compared to the other weather modification programs as well. Warm fog dispersal using salt at Quezon in 1968. cold fog dispersal at Elmendorf, AFB, Alaska in 1967 and 1968. While the Khe-Sanh operation wasn't successful at Elmendorf, holes appeared where they should, enabling aircraft operations that otherwise would have been impossible. The director of the CIA was also aware of the cloud seeding program in Southeast Asia. Shapley wrote of allegations that the CIA conducted rainmaking over Saigon much earlier in 1963, but could not confirm these reports at that time. Fleming writes that the CIA did, in fact, conduct cloud seeding operations in South Vietnam as early as 1963, aimed at dispersing protests by Buddhist monks. Reports of military weather modification caught the attention of Senator Claiborne Pell, a reserve Coast Guard captain, who held clear hearings and called for an international treaty banning the practice. There you go. This is like, the whole hearings. The hearings included an assessment of the state of the field. Pierre Saint Armand of the Earth and Planetary Sciences Division, Naval Weapons Center, China Lake, California, discussed current technologies and capabilities. These included cloud seeding, the alteration of storm trajectories, and fog dispersal. While fog dispersal is expensive and messy, it does work well enough to be used in emergency situations. A new technique showing promising results promises that it might be possible to clear fog with greatly reduced logistic burden. St. Armand also noted peaceful uses of the same technologies that were deployed during the Vietnam conflict. The U.S. Navy conducted drought relief in the Philippines and in Okinawa in 1968 and 1971, respectively. St. Armand's testimony reflected the core optimism that the military weather scientist, Senator Pell, has weather modification already reached a stage where it could be used as a weapon? And Mr. St. Armand replied, only on a tactical scale. As it is, one can only make rain, clear fog, and reduce hail at the present time. However, he pointed to significant capability improvements in the near future. By understanding the nature and mode of occurrence of earthquakes and the application of sound engineering and good construction practices, the threat of earthquakes can in a few decades be abated. The scale of military ambitions can be seen in comments like the following. Tsunamis would not be a useful weapon because they radiate over the whole ocean and would cause extensive damage to friendly coasts as well.
Yeah. That's
like,
yeah, what the fuck?
Like, can you really blame people for being like, what's going on?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I actually found the Sharon Weinberger article in the Nature Journal from 2008.
Yeah.
This is actually a pretty interesting and like fair and balanced article about HARP and specifically like a lot of the conspiracies about it and how there is like there's an element of truth to like what people speculate about HARP. Like it's not true that it's just like this peaceful, just like radio bouncing. It's so boring. You wouldn't even want to hear about it. Like it's so boring. Like
well, it is like a Pentagon project.
Well, exactly.
It was like heavily funded by.
Actually, it was Senator Ted Stevens, the second one to die in the plane crash, that was like the driving force behind securing funding for HARP. Which I think she gets into in this article a little bit. Like based on what Ted Stevens thought HARP could do, it definitely is a lot wilder than what they say it does. But let me read it. This is not too long of an article. Let me read this here. It has to do with a few of the things that I think Begich Jr. probably talked about. He's brought up as well. She says it's a strange Levian scenario that only the Pentagon could dream up. North Korea, in the throes of a military coup, launches a nuclear weapon that explodes 120 kilometers above Earth. The blast fills the atmosphere with killer electrons that would, within days, knock out the electronics of all satellites in low Earth orbit. It would cause hundreds of billions of dollars of damage and affect military, civilian, and commercial space assets. If this doomsday scenario sounds outlandish, then the possible response may sound even more improbable, injecting radio waves into the atmosphere to force these energetic electrons out of orbit. Yet this is exactly what the U.S. Department of Defense is looking at in a major ionospheric research facility in Alaska. HARP has been entwined with controversy since its birth. Originally envisioned as a way to facilitate communications with nuclear-armed submarines, HARP took almost 2 decades to build and has incurred around $250 million in construction and operating costs. It consists of 360 radio transmitters, etc., near the town of Gakona, 250 kilometers northeast of Anchorage. With 3.6 megawatts of power, HARP is the most powerful ionospheric heater in the world. At its heart is a phased array radar that emits radio waves that are partially absorbed between 100 and 350 kilometers in altitude, accelerating electrons there and heating the ionosphere. we already went over that. It is one of several ionospheric heaters scattered around the world. The facilities create unique opportunities to study the fundamental physics behind how plasma and electromagnetic waves interact. Researchers have already used HARP to create an artificial aurora, and otherwise study the basic physics of how charged particles behave. Experiments have been ongoing for several years, but the facility didn't reach full power until last June, I guess either 2007 or 2008. As yet, it may be too early to assess whether its research potential has been worth the time and money invested, particularly given the ever-changing justifications for building it. The facility, which has been passed around varying military agencies, including Office of Naval Research, the Air Force Research Lab, and DARPA, interesting, is perhaps the only research facility that has had to justify itself as being neither a death beam aimed at Russia nor a mind control device. So prevalent are the conspiracy theories that HARP has even been referred to in a Tom Clancy novel in which a fictional facility is used to induce mass psychosis in a Chinese village. Wow. In fact, HARP is a unique case of Cold War-era military goals meshing with scientific research and then maintaining that linkage even after the end of the war. If the conspiracy theories surrounding HARP draw on fantastical ideas of death beams, then the real history of the facility is almost as colorful. So this section, Death Beams and Submarines. HARP traces its origins back to Cold War-era concerns over nuclear annihilation, when U.S. and Soviet submarines prowled the deep seas, etc. They couldn't communicate well because they were underwater. Then in 1958, Nicholas Christophilos, a physicist at the Lawrence Livermore Lab in California, proposed using extremely low-frequency ELF waves to communicate with submarines underwater. My ELF weapon, right? His idea, adopted as Project Sanguine, eventually led to the development of operational facilities in Michigan and Wisconsin, but these were mired in controversy. They were huge, needing 135 kilometers of antenna wire to transmit the signal, and many took exception to their goals and to the possible detrimental effects on the health of people living nearby. The Navy eventually closed them down in 2004, saying they were no longer needed. Another approach to ELF submarine communication was to take advantage of electrojets, currents of charged particles that flow through the ionosphere and could act as virtual antennas, transmitting messages to submarines. Once this idea was proven experimentally in the mid-'80s, physicist Dennis Papadopoulos, then of the Naval Research Lab in Washington, it's funny, they're both Greek. Interesting. I don't know if that means anything. Began trying to drum up support for a new facility. At the time, the Pentagon was shutting down over-the-horizon radar sites that had been designed to detect Soviet bombers attacking the U.S., including one in Gakona, an ideal location because it is underneath an electrojet. Okay, that's interesting. So Papadopoulos, who is now at the University of Maryland and has served as a scientific advisor for HARP since the project's inception, argued for building an ionospheric heater there. The facility would help the Navy study ELF waves, it would provide scientists with an ionospheric heater, and it would guarantee continued life for the military site in Alaska, something that Alaskan Senator Ted Stevens, famous for steering congressional dollars to his home state, also liked. That, says Papadopoulos, was the genesis. Okay, but before construction even began, people started speculating about what the facility would be used for and why it was being built. In a news conference in 1990, Stevens talked about bringing energy from the Aurora Borealis, quote, down to Earth so it could be used to solve the world's energy crises, earning him the mockery of physicists.
Okay.
That's interesting. That's what he thought it would be be able to do. That's pretty far out. Others, such as Nick Begich Jr., the son of another Alaskan lawmaker, his father and Stevens both died in plane crashes, he began claiming that HARP was really intended as a missile defense weapon. According to Papadopoulos, these claims, although far-fetched, were based on a sliver of truth. Bernard Eastland, I think you mentioned, consultant to one of the firms building HARP, had filed a series of patents making extraordinary claims that HARP-like technology could be used as a defense shield by transforming natural gas into microwaves, which would knock out incoming Soviet missiles. The idea, jokingly dubbed the Killer Shield, was even reviewed by the Jason Defense Advisory Group. That was the super top secret, scientific advisors of, the military-industrial complex, kind of, in the government, mentioned in that other article, but was dismissed as, quote, nonsense, according to Papadopoulos, the killer shield idea. Then, going on here, from annihilation to defense. With the breakup of the Soviet Union, submarine communications no longer seemed as crucial, and HARP needed a new raison d'etre. Supporters proposed new tactics, such as studying Elfwave's ability to map out underground bunkers like those found in North Korea, a goal that quickly drew skepticism. After the terrorist attacks of 9/11, however, the military found a new use for HARP. Okay. In 2002, a panel headed by Anthony Tether, the director of DARPA, recommended that the facility be used to study ways to counter the effects of a high-altitude nuclear detonation, which would release energetic electrons that could cripple low-Earth satellites. It's funny, it's like, oh, after 9/11, we got to protect against Al-Qaeda detonating a high-altitude nuke or something. Doesn't sound like the most likely thing ever, but anyways. Electrons are produced naturally in this region when the solar wind slams into the magnetic envelope that protects Earth. The planet has its own self-cleaning mechanism to rid itself of the particles. It eventually dumps them lower into the atmosphere through natural auroras and lightning. Scientists are now looking at whether they can accelerate this process by creating Whistler waves, which would kick the electrons into low enough altitudes, around 100 kilometers, where they could rain out naturally. No one knows for sure whether it will work. Quote, it is what we call a data-starved area. Theory is ahead of actual observations, says Paul Cossey, HARP's program manager at the Air Force Research Lab at Hanscom Air Force Base, Massachusetts. Several experiments are being done to look at this possibility. Stanford in Palo Alto, for example, is involved in the one-hop experiment, which uses HARP to inject very low-frequency waves into the magnetosphere to create whistlers. The investigators use a buoy and ships in the South Pacific where the waves fall back to Earth to measure the presence of Whistler waves. Mitigating the radiation from an atmospheric nuclear detonation would require an entirely new facility, and the technology would be daunting. In 2006, a New Zealand-led group of scientists published a paper arguing that any attempt to remediate radiation could lead to worldwide blackouts of high-frequency radio waves, disrupting communications and navigation. And some say countering such high-altitude nuclear detonations is simply unrealistic. I think scientific research to better understand Earth's ionosphere is a worthwhile endeavor, says Philip Coyle, former Livermore Lab associate, who served as the Pentagon's chief weapons tester during Bill Clinton. But he adds, they don't know how much energy they would need to flush the electrons or how ultimately injecting this much energy would change the ionosphere. In the meantime, there are plenty of straightforward science questions for HARP to look into. The ionized part of the atmosphere has long captivated researchers going back to the days of Nikola Tesla, who dreamed of using it to send electricity around the world. That was what Begich Jr. was saying, that like this is an update on Tesla technology.
That's an Angle's point. This HARP,
this is interesting. 1933 scientists found that changing the electron density in the ionosphere could alter the propagation of radio signals. That discovery eventually led to the development of ionospheric heaters to study these and other effects. I guess radiation from solar flares is one area of interest. These things are really important because it's the radiation coming off the sun that's the main cause of satellite failure or potential death in human space exploration. Other areas include looking at the processes that cause an aurora. One of HARP's most cited accomplishments is the creation of the first artificial aurora visible to the naked eye. Other ionospheric heaters around the world, this is kind of interesting, include a lower power U.S. facility in Arecibo, Puerto Rico, coincidentally around the time that the chupacabras started showing up, which has been offline since been offline since a flood several years ago, although plans are underway to refurbish it, and one in the Russian city of Vasilsursk, which has struggled with funding issues. And then there's one in Europe and Scandinavia as well. But HARP has the highest power as well as the most advanced optics and diagnostic equipment and a much wider frequency operating range than the European one. It was only finished officially, 2007 is when it was like finally complete. There was an experiment done in January 2008 that involved sending radio waves to the moon and then having amateur radio enthusiasts and a receiving antenna in New Mexico measure the reflected signals. But Papadopoulos says that the experiment was more for the amateur radio community than for scientists. Sounds like a little bit of maybe a little cute PR campaign, you know. Let's see. Yeah, Michael Kosh says HARP can operate in a much lower frequency range than the one we can use here in Europe. And this is okay. So this is a key thing at the very end here. At the moment, time at the facility is divided between researcher-directed work, which takes place during campaigns of 2 or 3 weeks, and military needs. Quote, it's a fairly complicated situation in which we support new researchers and new people by getting them involved in the campaigns, which is relatively cheap, says Cossi. Then, of course, we also fund military proposals and contracts that come in under broad agency announcements, in which researchers propose research that is of interest to the various organizations. And even though HARP is a military-owned facility, academics say that access has not been a problem. Umran Inan from Stanford says Stanford has been one of the most frequent users. They say, obviously, there are security arrangements because it's a DoD facility. I'm a foreigner, escort required, but I am already so familiar to the people there, so familiar with the facility, it's not really a problem. HARP's evolution may not have been straightforward, but it is, in the minds of many scientists who work there, a success. They say unlike many other DoD facilities that are built before there was a clear rationale, in this case the community was involved from the very beginning. So the properties of the facilities were all defined with the involvement of the community. Now it's a thriving success. As for HARP's original legacy as an antenna to send signals to submarines, that era has come and gone with the end of the Cold War. Yeah, but, you know, she says in the Wired article that kind of like quotes from this that basically she sees like the conspiracy theories kind of operating in a gulf. Let me see. She says, in reality, HARP embodies many of the struggles of Pentagon-supported science and technology. The Pentagon wants weapons and things that support or defend against weapons, and the scientific community wants science. That's led to the greatest irony of HARP. As the subject of every conspiracy theory out there, the military has had to repeatedly emphasize that it is a research facility that will advance science. Yet, to sustain Pentagon interest and survive congressional cuts, it has to demonstrate military relevance. The conspiracies around HARP are perhaps, in part, a result of that tension. Yeah. So that was, you know, a serious science reporter's kind of take on HARP, that they do still do like military research. It has the same kind of dual use like approach of like we're just doing like science. We're doing heckin' science here.
Yeah. I don't know if you heard this part of the earlier article, but like that article in the Washington Post from 1995, but like the guy who like helped like develop the whole like idea of HARP, like the
was
whole
critical
idea,
of it, right?
Not only was he critical, but that's basically what he like said that it was going to be used for, like with that whole description, like that you know, it would be used to like knock out like missiles from the sky, like in the event of like a nuclear exchange.
That's interesting.
Like that was like their goal, because he had patented that idea when he like was first developing the concept.
Right. Even though that one like Papadopoulos guy said like that idea was not serious. But like I mean,
that's
he is
like
the
what
guy
people said about him at the time too. Yeah, that it
right.
wasn't serious. Yeah.
Even though clearly he developed.
Yeah, he clearly like knew something, and like, you know, there's clearly something to it. But I guess
Here's a little interesting thing. I'm just looking through Dr. Nick Begich Jr.'s book, Angels Don't Play This Harp, and he quotes a 2002 article about like there was a kind of a protest or like concern expressed in the Russian Duma about HARP. He says, I guess he spoke to the European Parliament in 1997 at the 12th General Assembly Globe International, whatever that is. In attendance were several members of the Russian Duma. So he quotes this article from Interfax. U.S. HARP weapon deployment concerns Russian Duma. The Russian State Duma has expressed concern about the USA's program to develop a qualitatively new type of weapon. Under the High Frequency Active Aurora Research Program, the USA is creating new integral geophysical weapons that may influence the near-Earth medium with high-frequency radio waves, the State Duma said in an appeal circulated on Thursday, August 8th. The significance of this qualitative leap could be compared to the transition from cold steel to firearms, or from conventional weapons to nuclear weapons. This new type of weapon differs from previous types in that the near-Earth medium becomes at once an object of direct influence and its component. These conclusions were made by the Commission of the State Duma's International Affairs and Defense Committees. The statement reads, "The committees reported the USA is planning to test 3 facilities of this kind. One of them is located on the military testing ground in Alaska, and its full-scale tests are set to begin early 2003. The second one is in Greenland, and the third one in Norway. When these facilities are launched into space from Norway, Alaska, and Greenland, a closed contour will be created with a truly fantastic integral potential for influencing the near-Earth medium," the State Duma said. I think they mean ionosphere, the near-Earth medium. The USA plans to carry out large-scale scientific experiments under the HARP program and not controlled by the global community, and will create weapons capable of breaking radio communication lines and equipment installed on spaceships and rockets, provoke serious accidents in electricity networks and in oil and gas pipelines, and have a negative impact on the mental health of people populating entire regions, the deputies said. There we go with the elf, kind of ambient mind control. They demanded that an international ban be put on such large-scale geophysical experiments. The appeal, signed by 90 deputies, has been sent to President Vladimir Putin, to the UN and other international organizations, to the parliaments and leaders of the UN, to the scientific public and mass media outlets, and it lists a number of Russian politicians that have signed it. So, they might have just been, poking and talking some trash about America or whatever, but to make an official announcement is kind of interesting. Even back in 2002, that they were very sussed out by this and thought that this is some new kind of weapon. I mean, maybe that didn't totally pan out, but also it's a little secret, so we don't know, right? I remember in Michael Aquino's Mind War, he talked about utilizing elf waves for to make populations kind of blasting them with binaural beats to make them feel kind of a little discombobulated, not express mind control, but you could sort of lower the vibrational frequency of a specific region by dousing it in powerful elf waves or something that are bounced off the ionosphere, and you could make everybody lethargic or depressed or angry or paranoid or something like that. I don't know if that's possible, but I don't know.
Yeah, nor do I. But I mean, maybe. I feel like you could probably make people have a physical reaction with waves. But I think, was that a Sharon Weinberger? Did you say?
No, this is from the article I just read was an Interfax press article about that was in it was in Angels Don't Play This Harp.
I
it was
see,
quoted.
Oh, right. Yeah, right. But the previous one was that.
Sharon Weinberger was the one in the Nature Journal.
Yeah, there was another one that she wrote that was in a Smithsonian magazine that I thought was interesting, and it was kind of about how our whole kind of interest in global warming emerges. I mean, again, kind of something that you might guess, but it kind of how it originates in the Cold War context and Nile Blue, the DARPA program. It's pretty good. I put it in the work, Chloe. She writes that talking about the Soviet bomb tests, they created an atomic lake, and on the surface, the reaction to the Soviet test was somewhat muted. Western countries, including the United States, detected the explosions and lodged a protest alleging a violation of the Limited Test Ban Treaty. Moscow wouldn't publicly acknowledge the test for several years. But in the national security community in Washington, the blast sparked panic. When intelligence officials briefed Stephen Lukasik, the director of the Pentagon's Secret Defense Advanced Research Project Agency, he had an immediate reaction. Holy shit, this is dangerous. The Soviet Union, it turns out, had for more than a decade been studying ways to use nuclear weapons to create massive canals to reroute water for irrigation, and the plan involved hundreds of nuclear detonations. The Soviets wanted to change the direction of some rivers in Russia, Lukasik, now 87 years old, told me recently in an interview. They flow north, but they didn't do any good for them, and they wanted to turn them around so they would flow south. The Pentagon didn't particularly care which way rivers ran in the Soviet Union, but it cared about how this ambitious act of geoengineering, which would affect waters flowing into the Arctic Ocean, could potentially alter the world's climate. Lukasik decided that DARPA needed to start a climate research program that could come up with ways to model the effects. The name of this climate program, highly classified at that time, was Nile Blue. At first glance, DARPA might have seemed like an odd place to study climate change. The agency was created in 1958 as a response to the Soviet Union's launch of Sputnik to help the United States get into space. But in those years, DARPA was also deeply involved in nuclear issues. It had created an extensive monitoring system precisely to tip off the Pentagon to secret tests like the Soviet effort in 1971. That same year, John Perry, a young Air Force officer, got an unexpected question from an official at DARPA, at the time just called ARPA, or as we know. We need a program manager for this program we have. Would you like to come to Washington? The DARPA official asked Perry. Washington was not the Midwest or Vietnam, so I said, sure, Perry recalled answering. I'll discover later what the hell this thing is. For Perry, a meteorologist by training, sorry, I don't know why I'm slurring every single word. For Perry, a meteorologist by training, it wasn't a hard decision, even if he didn't know exactly what the job entailed. He soon found himself at DARPA's headquarters in Northern Virginia, where he was put in charge of the mysteriously named Nile Blue. One of the first things he decided to do was get rid of the secrecy. Even if the concerns about Soviet nuclear tests needed to be kept quiet, research on climate modeling could be done in the open. Keeping the program classified, particularly during the Vietnam War, would only hurt DARPA's ability to work with academic scientists, he argued. The secrecy did throw sort of a miasma over the program, Perry recalled, noting there were rumors that DARPA was involved in weather-altering research. In fact, I had a visit from a guy from the Arms Control Office in the State Department who came over armed with top secret clearances and what have you to find out what nefarious things we were doing. He was very disappointed to find out there weren't any. Once the program was declassified, the next step was finding scientists to do the necessary studies. Perry found himself in charge of $3 million in funding, a sizable sum in the early 1970s, and his mandate was about to expand. Soon after starting the research program, he was summoned to the director's office to meet with Lukasik and Eric Willis, who directed DARPA's nuclear monitoring program. Willis, who had been a student of Willard Libby, the inventor of radiocarbon dating, was interested in taking a historical look at climate. Willis took the position that the climate research program didn't really make any sense unless you had good information on past climates to be able to do the verification models, Perry recalled. He thought there should be an element of past climate research in there. Perry knew nothing about this topic, so he nodded and smiled before walking out of the director's office with a new charge to spend $400,000 on paleoclimate research. Essentially, I called up a few people and said, "Hi, you don't know me, but I want to give you a lot of money," he said. The heart of the Nile Blue program was computational modeling. DARPA may not have had experience with meteorology, but it did have plenty of experience with computers. Just 2 years earlier, the agency's computer science office had established the first models of ARPANET, the network that would later become the internet.
No.
DARPA was also in charge of ILIAC-4, one of the world's first supercomputers. DARPA's climate work helped justify the continuation of ILIAC-4, whose costs were attracting scrutiny. They needed to say that its capability was being developed for some customers who could pay for it, Perry said. Climate modeling is a very good customer for computer science. Critically, DARPA's funding for modeling rescued the RAND Corporation's work on climate simulation, which the National Science Foundation was on the verge of canceling. The modeling work had its critics. Perry recalled that Ruth Reck, an atmospheric scientist at General Motors, expressed early skepticism of DARPA's funded climate models. Modeling is just like masturbation, he recalled Reck telling some of the DARPA-funded scientists at a conference. If you do it too much, you start thinking it's the real thing. Reck, who confirmed the anecdote in a recent interview with me, said her point was that scientists were confusing their models with reality. They had a right to feel glad that they were doing it. They were contributing a lot, but it didn't mean it was the real thing. It just wasn't, she said. That is very much like masturbation. If they do it enough, it becomes the focus of what they want.
Okay.
Yet DARPA's work was critical to sparking those debates. The research program for the first time was drawing together modelers, paleoclimatologists, radiation experts, and meteorologists. The program created an interdisciplinary field, according to Warren Wiscombe, who credits the agency for transforming him from an applied mathematician into a climate scientist in the 1970s. All the sciences then that later contributed to climate science were very separate, and they had brick walls between them, he said. They were what we call stovepiped now, a word that I learned from doing this project and talking about the sus history of these disciplines.
Mm-hmm.
As DARPA was building up in its Nile Blue program, another government effort that would alter the course of climate research was taking place behind the scenes. In December 1972, George J. Kukla of Columbia University and R.K. Matthews of Brown wrote to President Richard Nixon expressing their concerns about a global deterioration of climate by order of magnitude larger than any hitherto experienced by civilized mankind. Their concern was not global warming, but cooling, which they feared could lower food production and increase extreme weather. It was a preliminary result, and one that we later used by critics of climate change in a simplistic fashion to argue that climate predictions were wrong. Okay. The letter caught the attention of Nixon, who ordered an interagency panel to look at the issue. The recommendation, according to William Sprigg, who helped set up the National Climate Program, was that the government should have some kind of program, a plan that would set goals and determine who should be doing what. It talks about the Soviets and they abandoned their program to, the rivers, blah, blah, kind of it's like sort of a poetic ending, but it says more than 40 years after the end of Nile Blue, former DARPA officials like Perry and Lucas still get together for a monthly lunch where they reminisce about their days at the pioneering agency. Lucas recalls Perry telling him, "You know, Steve, the work started in DARPA and continued by me in the National Science Foundation became the foundation for all of the understanding of global warming." So this is kind of what I'm talking about, where all of this is all of climate science is a product of this interest in controlling the weather and manipulating the weather, basically kind of head off Russia's attempts to do it in this case, in this particular case study. Obviously, this was concomitant with a lot of interest in manipulating the weather in other ways, which we talked about, in Vietnam, that was going on at the same time under other agencies. But basically, there is no climate science period, right? So I think
stems out of these types of Cold War programs.
Without this, and that doesn't mean that it's inherently. I mean, I guess it does mean it's somewhat inherently sus, but it
not totally fake, but
it doesn't mean that's wrong or fake or that there are that man-made climate change isn't real or whatever. But it does kind of reflect what we were talking about at the beginning, where this the concern about the climate and the discourse of the climate, it has kind of an apparent character, which is very humanitarian and universalist, and then another one which is basically imperialist,
climate control, that
reflects the original sort of genesis of the entire field. Many scientific fields, of course, are like this, but the climate is no exception.
Right. You could see the origin of the project in climate hegemony rather than a kind of disinterested, just climate science, disinterested. The point of it was to establish some way of find some way of establishing climate hegemony over the entire biosphere, and make sure that nobody else could get to that first.
In fact, let me just quickly read the ending of this Pincus article, because I think it's a pretty good. It talks about the post-Katrina situation, which I thought was interesting. Apparently, I didn't realize this, but in 2005, weather modification cropped up in legislation before Congress, introduced by Senator Hutchinson of Texas. And this bill did not make it through Congress. Hearings on the subject reflect enduring interest and concern. As amended, the text of S 517, which is the bill, contained the following statement of purpose: to develop and implement a comprehensive coordinated national weather modification research policy and a national program of weather modification research and development. At the time, Senator Hutchinson pointed to the devastating effects of Hurricane Katrina and other major storms as motivation for the bill. It is critical that we assess and evaluate the efficacy of weather modification research to the extent that lives are saved and property damage is limited, she explained. Arguing that by developing sustained research, we can provide answers to the issues of predictability and reliability of weather modification research. The senator's motivation echoes earlier calls in 1954 that led to the creation of Project Storm Fury after devastating hurricanes renewed calls for weather control capabilities. Testimony on S 517 also reflected themes seen in earlier generations. Dr. Joseph Golden, senior research scientist, CRAS, University of Colorado, argued that other countries are moving ahead with research using technologies developed by NOAA and atmospheric modification programs, including China and Australia. China greatly expanded weather modification research and operations program at $100 million per year, as well as training over 1,500 new weather modification scientists. Dr. Golden conveyed both urgency and optimism. After the horrendous devastation and loss of life from Hurricanes Katrina and Rita, I have been asked several times about the possibility of hurricane modification. And while we don't have time to fully address the issue today, I firmly believe that we are in a much better position, both with the science and the undergirding technology, than we were when Project Storm Fury was terminated by our government in 1982. Dr. Golden also argued that technology to trace seeding other modification is much better. The White House pushed back against Senator Hutchison's efforts to advance weather modification research. In a letter from the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy, Director John Marburger made clear the administration's discomfort. While the administration recognizes the committee's interest in weather modification research and development, there is a host of issues, including liability, foreign policy, and national security concerns that arose in the past and should be adequately considered before the U.S. government undertakes the coordinated national research program this legislation would require. The administration respectfully requests that you defer further consideration of the bill pending the outcome of an interagency discussion on these issues that the Office of Science and Technology Policy would coordinate with the Department of Justice on legal issues, with the Department of State on foreign policy implications, and with the Departments of Defense and State on national security implications, and with pertinent research agencies to consider the reasons the U.S. government previously halted its work in this area. The OSTP letter suggested that a study be conducted by the Science and Technology Policy Institute, STPI, in order to characterize, quote, the history and current status of weather modification research. The OSTP letter flagged 4 specific areas of concern: local, political, and legal ramifications, international and foreign policy implications, national security implications, and research issues. Regarding national security, it was noted that the U.S. government's previous weather modification programs were part of our Cold War history. Restarting them today could promote possibly hostile foreign responses. In addition, even well-intentioned weather modification programs could be interpreted as violating the NMOD treaty. It does not appear from review of OSTP and STPI archives available online that the proposed study was ever conducted. S517 has not progressed in the Senate. It's kind of interesting that like the government was like, actually, like before like you pass this bill, let's like have like a bunch of like useless conversation about it, and like never like move forward. Like don't worry, like we have it under control. But
I'm flipping through Angels Don't Play This Harp right now. It's actually that I'm kind of wishing it's not that long. I kind of wish I had read it because it's a slightly eccentric but spirited text, I would say.
Yeah, definitely.
And I do wonder if he was sort of being toyed with by like military figures, or kind of in like a Mirage Men kind of way of people who kind of claim to be like insiders. Because I just noticed. Let me go up here. In one of the early chapters, Trail from Tesla to Star Wars. He talks about. I guess Manning is the co-author of this book. Let me see where this started from. Yeah, it talks a lot about like Tesla. Who was? Sorry. Yeah. Oh, Gene Manning. Yeah, Gene Manning is. I'm trying to see what her background. Gene Manning is an experienced magazine journalist and reporter for daily newspapers. She is a co-author of a book, Suppressed Inventions and Other Discoveries. Okay. Yeah. She works with. I wonder if she's married to Nick Begich Jr. This is a husband and wife team. If so, gotta love it. They say here in the beginning. That the story of HAARP and its related technology is a part of the puzzle of a revolution in military affairs being pursued by the U.S. government, but it is only a small part. I saw that got brought up in some other articles we read about like weather modification being really pitched as like as part of the big revolution in military affairs. Sort of movement in the 1990s that was pursued by several different countries. I mean, I feel like China, Russia, Israel, but totally the United States were involved in like how we're going to use these new technologies to sort of assert dominance in the 21st century. That's where the weather as a force multiplier thing came from. So let me just go down here because this is kind of interesting. So I guess Manning starts looking into this, goes to Vancouver. Manning reported to a new friend who wanted to hear about the Tesla conference. I guess she attended. He was John Hutchinson, an inventor who had discovered an anomalous anti-gravity effect some years earlier, while he had been restoring antique electrical equipment and building Tesla coils. During the previous years, unofficial delegations from Canadian and U.S. military groups had visited his lab to see the Hutchison effect. Now he was working alone. The visitors had apparently learned all they came to learn. His requests for copies of the videos they filmed in his lab were met with, "Sorry, we destroyed all those videos because there wasn't anything on them." He didn't believe it. John Hutchison told Manning some of the amusing twists of his search for reports about his experiments. I was phoning the Pentagon and asking for John South because I was told that was the name of one of the guys who were here in my lab. By chance, a secretary put me through to the man I described, and it turns out his name was Colonel John Alexander. No. The Men Who Stare at Goats guy, somebody that Aquino knew, definitely on the far out edge. The name would come up again more than 5 years later, as Manning gradually found out what else could be done with, quote, Tesla technology, so-called non-lethal weaponry. John Hutchison described Colonel Alexander as a handsome, personable man who was a fun guy to be around throughout the days of the anti-gravity experiments in the Vancouver laboratory. Hutchison had leisure time to chat with Manning in a now silent laboratory. He shared Tesla lore about beamed weaponry and told her that the Soviet Union was mysteriously experimenting with radio frequency signals, beaming them toward North America. Beginning in late 1976, he had been one of many ham radio operators who began picking up the 10 hertz frequencies on radio receivers. Hams called these signals the Soviets' woodpecker because of the sharp tapping they heard from the ELF waves, extremely low frequency. Some researchers speculated the woodpecker signal was a Tesla-type weapon for mind control because the ELF was at a frequency which could resonate with neurons in the human brain, and the transmission could be a carrier wave that was modulated, varied in amplitude, frequency, or phase, to carry a hidden effect. Spooky, she joked, dismissing what seemed to be a paranoid speculation. Seifer, I forget who Seifer is, I think it's another doctor. Seifer gave Tesla credit for inventing fluorescent lights, just as the revered American inventor Thomas Edison is the inventor of the incandescent bulb. I guess that might be Tesla's biographer. The biographer notes that Tesla and Edison clashed over the AC and DC currents. Strangely, Edison was the one who was lionized in American history books. One of the stories that is told and retold is how he sent men to the Amazon to look for materials for the best filament for his light bulb. Edison's persistence is highly praised. However, most people today are unaware that Tesla's demonstrations showed the filament to be superfluous, not needed for electric lights. Using very high frequencies, he showed that the action of the air was more important than the filament. Thus, he out-Edisoned Edison, said Dr. Seifer. Seifer pulled together parts from reference works in his presentation, Nikola Tesla, The History of Lasers and Particle Beam Weapons. For an example of Tesla research, two brothers, both scientists, traveled to the Tesla Museum in Yugoslavia and read materials not available in North America. I wonder if the two brothers are like Nick Begich and his brother that went there, traveling back to the homeland. They suggested that Tesla's particle beam work evolved from his pioneering experiments with X-rays, as well as from his idea of lighting up the skies with his, quote, magnifying transmitter by beaming up electrical energy to the stratosphere. That would be some light-up display, Manning thought as she read the article. However, she wondered about the wisdom of treating the upper atmosphere as if it were merely gases in a giant fluorescent bulb. She winced as she read a list of military uses for Tesla's many inventions: earthquake contrivances, world radar, particle beam weapons, and brainwave manipulation. Quote, one or more magnifying transmitters could theoretically send destructive impulses through the Earth to any location, said Seifer. For instance, a well-placed jolt of many millions of volts could theoretically destroy the communications network of any major city. Seifer had been intrigued by issues that emerged from his investigation. Particle beam weaponry was such a high-level secret that President Jimmy Carter, for example, was screened from vital technical developments by the bureaucracy of the CIA and DIA, according to General George Keegan, former head of Air Force Intelligence. Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Dayton, Ohio was mentioned in regard to the Air Force Base's use of bright young geniuses to attempt a breakthrough in Tesla technology. Gifted children. Based on FBI files as well as other literature, Seifer concluded, great support is lent to the hypothesis that Tesla's work and papers were systematically hidden from public view in order to protect the trail of this top-secret work, which today is known as Star Wars. Oh my God. It was a paradox. Nikola Tesla's name was indeed invoked when describing proposed technologies that are as potentially planet cleansing as free energy, non polluting power generation. At the same time, he was credited with inventing weapons which could be used for the Strategic Defense Initiative, SDI, Star Wars. And his wireless power engineering experiments may have led to a disaster in Siberia, Manning later learned from scientists.
Tunguska?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. Tesla's love of nature seemed to be a contradiction to his desire to arrogantly manipulate it to light up the sky. Over the next 9 years, she had occasions to think about the deep frustration in Gregory's eyes at the Tesla conference as he described the professor's attitude of, "We'll just have to try it and find out." Meanwhile, one would-be god of the elements wasn't pulling any punches. A Texan, Dr. Bernard Eastland, aimed his sights high up to the ionosphere. In 1990, Gregory sent Manning a copy of a 1987 patent which cited Nikola Tesla under the heading Prior Art. He suggested she send for the audio tape of an NPR interview with Eastland. Manning was astonished when she read the patent titled A Method and Apparatus for Altering a Region of the Earth's Atmosphere, Ionosphere, and Magnetosphere. Whichever way she looked at it, the proposed high-power beaming of radio frequency energy into the upper atmosphere sounded insane. For example, the patent said the technology could manipulate global weather systems. Gregory had been sending her articles which indicated that electric forces do affect the weather, so it came as no surprise. More horrifying, she remembered what a brilliant physicist by the name of Walter Richmond had written about a possible technology which sounded very much like Eastland's concept. The late Richmond and anthropologist Lee Richmond wrote a book titled The Lost Millennium, using the novel format to get their ideas out to the world. A disastrous technology described as a solar tap in the book was startlingly similar to aspects of Eastland's patent. Although ionospheric heaters beam power from antennae on the ground up to the ionosphere, and the Richmond solar tap concept goes the other direction, that's kind of what Ted Stevens thought. You could get free energy from this. Both involve connecting the Earth with the ionosphere. The novel described a solar tap that just wouldn't quit. It began from a technology that started on the ground, from which engineers beamed up a pathway for some of the ionospheric electricity to ride back on down. This planetary short circuit usually blew out in a fraction of a second, but one day the fictional engineers made a fatal mistake. They kept the solar tap going while a solar flare surged into the ionosphere and then to the ground via the ionized pathway of the tap beam. And the surge of the power from the tap became an avalanche at the pole in the vertical plane of the planet's magnetic field, where the winds of magnetism would not rise to blow it out. 1 trillion watt-seconds of energy unleashed their fury on the polar cap in the first flash. Even as it discharged, the ionosphere was recharged from the solar furnace. The first flash became a mighty roar that poured an increased and now steady stream of energy through the now stabilized short circuit. Kilocubit after square kilocubit of frozen wasteland boiled. Watt after watt of ever-increasing avalanche energy lit the polar cap with a glare that had never before been seen. Could such a disaster happen in real life? Oh my God. I guess Walter Richmond was researching atmospheric electricity in 1962 and developed the theory of what the couple called the solar tap, a source of abundant power from the electrical current that exists as a potential between the ground and the ionosphere. The physics is exact. The power is there for the tapping, they said. Such massive amounts of power would be distributed by broadcasting it, which Nikola Tesla had proven could be done before 1911.
Well, yeah, I mean, who truly knows? He was a sus guy. I mean, one thing I definitely wanted to read was this surprisingly good Bloomberg article about the 2024 torrential rain in Dubai. By the way, you are right that there was a recent similar rain. There were weird unseasonable rains. This was the worst one. But it was this is also a really unseasonal and but over the course of the last couple of years, I think there's in 2019 too, there were crazy rains in Dubai. I mean, again, people attribute it to climate change in general, which may be true, but like they certainly seem to be like escalating, right? Like these like storms. There was just one in India too, wasn't there? Like a horrible unseasonal storm where multiple people died.
I'm not sure. There might have been.
Yeah. Let me look it up. Yeah. Unseasonal and violent storm kills 97 people in India as of 11 hours ago. Wow. 111 dead in Uttar Pradesh, someone says here. So that's, yeah. Very interesting. Yeah, like a freak summer hailstorm and rains. Huh. You know, like what's going on? What's going on?
I mean,
yeah,
and you think about the Cuba hurricanes and stuff of that nature. It does.
Yeah.
Even the rumors that one of Peter Thiel's companies was like doing a little test in Texas, which like created a massive summer downpour and killed a bunch of people. You know,
I mean, there's a certain like Dracularity to it in that, like, you know, I mean, really, in some ways, weather is one of the most Dracular things there is, and like that is one of the things that Dracula does is control the weather.
That's true.
You know,
That's true.
and he, like the quintessential Dracula event, like you know, when the ship washes up in Whitby Bay, you know, or yeah, like there's like that's you know that storm that happens at sea, like it, you know, you can't really it's, you know, you can't really attribute the weather, like it's, you know, there's this there's this fog of war, or you know, now I'm trying to make a pun and not able to do it, but like the you know, it's it's misty, and it's hard to like you know, really assign direct blame in the way that like this, I think, is like really the like the epistemic gulf between like the chemtrail thing and the like standard kind of climate change narrative. And I feel like the truth actually is like kind of in between.
Yeah, I
on
agree.
Yeah, like on one side you have like this kind of thing like, hey, go forth my chemtrail pilots, and like spread like evil chemtrails, and like make everyone go insane, or whatever, like make them have a psychological breakdown and like hear voices or something. And the other side is like that, like no one's to blame for anything, we're all just moral failures, and we, you know, like we like use a plastic bag and that's why this is happening, where really like I think like there's some middle ground between like, you know, the controllers sending out their fleet of like crop dusters or whatever to like
consciously poison us all, which I don't think is like what they're doing. And and the kind of
like I think like it's they are like kind of doing that, but it's like a little bit more complex.
It's
like
that it's that stovepiping we always you know, it's that stovepiping thing where people kind of don't know what they're really doing, like the broader like dual use purpose for what they're doing. Like, you know, like I mean, I could totally see it as plausible as like the pilots that go up and spray cloud seeding stuff in the UAE don't like aren't told, or don't consciously think of what they're doing as like being part of a larger like geo strategic chess game to deny rainfall to Iran and Iraq. That is objectively what it seems like. That is the end result of their actions, and I'm sure
it's
at some level
reasonable that I could have that effect.
I'm sure at some level that has been kind of like acknowledged and discussed or perceived, that, you know, the U.S. kind of likes it when we do this, and, you know, other things like that. But the actual operator sometimes, or, you know, I mean, the case of like cloud seeding, like domestically, like we're increasing rainfall that benefits everybody, and it's awesome, and also like, or even the solar kind of geoengineering thing that these Israeli companies and that like they kind of think that they're saving the world by doing this. So they're combating climate change, you know, by spraying stuff in the air.
I think there are some like that, and I think on the other hand, like there's, you know, like I think that there are those people who simply like or those companies or those, you know, like states that simply contribute to anthropogenic climate change in the kind of ambient way that like generally like it's kind of described, where it's like, oh, you know, we're using power for this, we're using power for that. Like, I guess, you know, I think it's something, you know, you could say there are instances like of things like, oh, the AI data centers, people want the AI, because they love it so much. And then for that reason, like that, sucks up water that requires electricity that, is a drain on, that has serious environmental consequences, right? But they didn't intend the environmental consequences of building a data center. What I think is true is that, like, in some cases, actually, yes, they do intend the environmental consequences, right? Like they actually, especially when it comes to like punishing enemies, but also like in general, like enforcing like a climate, like, manipulating the climate to enforce scarcity. It's kind of like, there are like benefits that don't have anything to do with making the climate worse to the like AI data centers in the minds of some people. But like, it's not like it's a win-win. It's not something where it's like, oh, it's a trade-off. Like we have to destroy the climate in order to have this wonderful AI data center. It's like, it has a dual purpose to destroy the climate. Because, they like basically like, I think that
like destroying the climate
US,
is the point. It's not just like, oops, an unfortunate
side
product of doing business.
I think that, it's not like, oh, we're so apathetic and like we're so, we have so much, acedia that we can't, rise to the challenge of like reducing emissions. It's kind of like escalation dominance in a way. Like I think that like states like the US and its clients like the UAE, they like believe that they have like climate escalation dominance, right? Like the worse the climate gets, they're gonna, as we would say in a game of Magic the Gathering, they're gonna break parity. Like it's gonna affect everyone. But like because of other factors, other people are gonna suffer more.
They have the HP to absorb it and survive.
Or like if you're playing Smokestack and like you have to sacrifice a permanent at the beginning of every turn, but you have a bunch of cheap creatures, then you can sacrifice those, but your opponents are going to have to sacrifice their lands. It's really a perfect metaphor in a way. But anyway, so I did want to read this. This is from Bloomberg Business Week, so I was surprised that it was good, but it's what really happened in the storm clouds over Dubai. Torrential rain drenched the city in 2024, killing at least 4 people and raising new questions about the UAE's cloud seeding program. So, I mean, this has like a little bit of like, it takes like a bunch of different angles. Like some I agree with more than others, but this is at the beginning. The storm clouds rolled in again at 3 p.m. Dubai was already drenched from torrents of rain that had started the previous evening, flooding roads and subway stations. Now, in the afternoon of April 16, 2024, another weather front loomed. It appeared almost as a solid object, a gigantic disc miles across, framed by greenish light like a Hollywood special effect. Social media users compared the scene to an alien spaceship breaking cover. The downpour arrived moments later. Palm trees buckled in sideways rain, and thunder boomed overhead. By evening, it was clear the United Arab Emirates was experiencing a once-in-a-generation storm. Dubai International, the world's second busiest airport, closed when its runways turned into rivers. Images began to circulate online of the desert metropolis, famous for its sunny climate and extravagant displays of wealth, swamped by floodwater. Crypto Bitlord, a digital currency influencer, recorded himself steering a sports car through murky water, saying, "This Lamborghini is swimming, bro." The cryptocurrency conference he'd been planning to attend was one of 2 washed out that day. Of course. The golfer posted a clip of someone paddleboarding down the fairway at the sprawling Dubai Sports City complex. The total damage across the UAE was estimated at $3 billion. At least 4 people were killed. Afterward, many experts attributed the storm's violence to climate change. A warmer planet means more moisture in the air, which means more water for rainfall. In the darker corners of the internet, though, like, I love the way that, there was another explanation.
Oh, no.
Geoengineering, the deliberate manipulation of climate by humans. The term gets used for both imaginary and real activities in the sky. Chemtrails, plain vapor streams supposedly loaded with dangerous chemicals, don't exist. Cloud seeding, in which particles are introduced into the atmosphere to encourage rain, does. In fact, more than 50 countries do it. The UAE's National Center of Meteorology has been seeding clouds for years, trying to squeeze out extra water for an arid region with a booming population. The UAE has proven that even the driest lands can flourish, a video produced by the agency on its seeding program proclaims. I bet that's an insufferable video. After the April 16th floods, some on social media were quick to seize on the history, claiming the government was responsible. Guess this is the result when you overdo it with the cloud seeding, one anonymous ex-user wrote. Others blamed a satanic cabal of weather manipulators and accused Bill Gates of trying to block out the sun. I mean, again, like they're kind of being like honk honk, but like
Yeah, but
kind of like they are sort of trying to block out
he
the
toyed
sun.
with the idea years. I think he said it at like a
Yeah.
TED conference or something. Like, whoa, we
Again,
could
yeah, like I just
put
bothered
little
me so much
things in the
this
sky.
snarky tone.
Yeah,
like that is exactly
Yeah.
the same thing as like Project Stardust or what? Sorry, Stardust Solutions,
Uh-huh.
right? Like they want to block out the sun.
Yeah.
literally.
Now it's
like,
happening.
Like to say like it's like just this obnoxious thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I actually think this article's pretty good, but like on the whole, like I don't know why. Yeah,
it's like if
does it
anything
have to-
remotely
it's
that
like
sounds like chemtrails is invoked, you have to like draw maximum attention to like, now this is gonna sound like some crazy chemtrail conspiracy theory, but there's actually a grain of truth. Like, why do you got to do all that? Like there's such a there's like a, I don't know, it's like hanging a lampshade on something, but in the process like making it seem a little bit less serious than it would if you just kind of talked about it in a straightforward way. Like, you don't have to, even that Atlantic article I read was like, the primary thing it was about was like, why do people believe conspiracy theories? Like, it more than it, even despite the author going there and getting like a government tour, it was mostly about why do people believe such wacky things on the internet? Like, it kind of has the effect of like ambiently shitcoding the whole topic. And I think for a lot of readers, making it, it's like a little subtle signal that be careful. Like, don't speculate about what they might be doing without telling you, even if it is just like using weather as like an offensive weapon to fuck with countries that, we want to undermine. Like, that's not like crazy science fiction, it's using existing technology.
Like, it fundamentally like shitcoats the whole issue on a certain level, but like anyway, but yeah, like I think there's other good parts of this article. Like so fact checkers at the BBC, the German public broadcaster Deutsche Welle, and other outlets quickly dismissed the idea that cloud seeding had contributed to the Dubai floods. The science behind it has been around since the 1940s, but the evidence that seeding works in practice isn't rock solid. It probably does, but it's frontier territory. Bizarre, unexplained things happen up there at molecular scale. In any case, Emirati authorities denied attempting to alter this particular weather system. We did not use cloud seeding because the storm was already strong, an NCM spokeswoman said the next day. Senior officials and spokespeople at the NCM didn't respond to emails seeking comment for the story. The UAE's foreign ministry also didn't reply to messages seeking comment. Seemingly debunked, the idea that cloud seeding caused the flood appeared to be en route to the tinfoil-lined trash can of history, alongside flat Earth theory. But some doubts remained, even in the scientific community. The Dubai floods act as a stark warning of the unintended consequences we can unleash when we use such technology to alter the weather. Johan Jacques, a meteorologist at the environmental data company Kisters, told Newsweek on April 18th, 2 days after the rain struck. A similar cycle of disaster, accusation, and denial played out in the U.S. earlier this year, when 100 people drowned in Texas over 4th of July weekend. Afterward, conspiracy theorists pointed to a seeding mission that had taken place 2 days earlier, releasing a small amount of silver iodine in skies 100 miles from the subsequent flooding. The contractor involved got death threats. Republican Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, this is earlier in her career, claimed that an unspecified quote-unquote they controlled the weather and later called for geoengineering to be made a felony.
I think
Again,
literally,
reasonable position.
Actually, I think actually
Right.
AOC might have referred to that line, or maybe she said something similar.
Of course,
it's like,
I
she
know
thinks
AOC.
Jewish space lasers are up there, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah,
good job,
controlling
AOC.
the weather.
Yeah.
First of all, is it like so again, I guess maybe saying Jewish is like impolitic, but like, is it like, might not there be like a space weapon, like an Israeli space weapon? Like, is that so absurd? Like, I feel like
we brought that up before. I don't know where
things,
the origins of Jewish space lasers. It's like something that like liberal disinformation checker type people will bring up to like shut down anybody for being. But I feel like nobody actually says. I've never seen somebody sincerely argue that they're Jewish space lasers. Like, is that some John Bird? Like is that from John Bird Society
I think that
or
Jewish
LaRouche?
space lasers originates with like kind of like the for lack of a better word, heckin' like BuzzFeed style like headline, like or really it's like a Rampart style headline of like Marjorie Taylor Greene blames Jewish space lasers when like really she said like that they're Rothschilds or so, like, it was like not anti-Semitic or whatever, but like it was kind of
that's
like
what I mean.
The
But like,
Rothschilds have a laser up there that started like
yeah,
fires.
but I mean,
So,
like
does
somebody
Israel
must
have a
have
space program,
like,
because I feel like we must have one. Like,
but I feel like
space,
that they were
know?
like, but the BuzzFeed article of like 2013 would be referencing some conspiracy group that would use that in a sincere way, and they're making fun of them, but then they call everything that. Like, I just don't know who came up with the meme of that allegedly first, but I feel like it's been dead for a long. It's ironically being sustained by like snarky BuzzFeed writers and AOC that wants to invoke it when that's like, even when it's not what people are saying. Like talking about weather manipulation is not. Anyways.
I mean, it seems like Israel has a pretty like great space program, honestly. And honestly, like they probably do have, I don't know if they're offensive lasers, but they definitely have lasers up there. So I don't think they start forest fires necessarily, but I mean, anyway.
It is Rothschild related. I guess Marjorie Taylor Greene said California wildfires were started by a laser controlled by them that that involved like the Rockefeller fan. This is like in her QAnon era. But I mean, looking here, New York Magazine, Marjorie Taylor Greene blame wildfire on Jewish space lasers. Jewish space lasers by Mike Rothschild, who I think is an author that writes about like QAnon and kind of like relishes that he's like not related to the Rothschilds, but like he has that last name, which like drives these conspiracy freaks crazy, or something. He wrote a whole book called that. Department of Defense. There's a is that an actual? No, that's a DoD Libraries. Okay, no, same book. 200 Years of Conspiracies. I don't know who first like actually used this, or if it was like a mocking term they invented.
I feel like it was a mocking term
to label Marjorie Taylor Greene.
That Marjorie Taylor Greene did not say that there are Jewish space lasers.
Right.
I don't think. Yeah. Like that seems like Yeah,
I can't find any reference of it like before, the late 2010s or whatever, before 2018 when she said it. The SEO has been absolutely flooded. So maybe it was created as a snarky.
I feel like it was. I mean, I it's hard to imagine her like saying that, like those words exactly. Like again, like that you maybe could take that implication away, but
space lasers are not a thing that is totally ridiculous. Like there could be space lasers, I think. So, they're kind of throwing the baby out with the bathwater there. Who can say, what, like, given all the other manipulation of the weather and destruction they're willing to cause, like, who's to say they wouldn't spark?
Well, I found the original post courtesy of Media Matters.
Oh, great.
As there are now over 70 people confirmed dead and over 100,000 missing. Sorry, not 100,000, over 1,000 missing. The fires in California are a horrific tragedy. I'm praying for all involved. I'm posting this in speculation because there are too many coincidences to ignore. I'm just putting it out here from some research I've done stemming from my curiosity over PG&E stocks, which tanked all week and then rallied. Thursday night, FCA official announced they would not let PG&E fail. I find it very interesting that Roger Kimmel on the board of directors of PG&E is also vice chairman of Rothschild Inc., international investment banking firm. I also find interesting the long history of financial contributions that PG&E has made to Jerry Brown over the years and millions spent in lobbying. What a coincidence it must be that Governor Brown signed a bill in September 2018 protecting PG&E and allowing PG&E to pass off its cost of fire responsibility to its customers and rate hikes. Rate hikes through bonds. It must be just a coincidence the fires are burning in the same protected areas that the $77 billion high-speed rail project is to be built, which also happens to be Governor Brown's pet project. What are the odds that Feinstein's husband, Richard Bloom, is a contractor to the rail project? Geez, with that much money, we could build 3 U.S. southern border walls. Then, oddly, there are all these people who have said they saw what looked like lasers or blue beams of light causing the fires in pictures and videos. I don't know anything about that, but I do find it really curious PG&E's partnership with SolarN on space solar generators starting in 2009. They announced the launch into space in March 2018, and maybe even put them up before that. Space solar generators collect the sun's energy and then beam it back to Earth to a transmitter to convert to electricity. The idea is clean energy to replace coal and oil. If they are beaming the sun's energy back to Earth, I'm sure they wouldn't ever miss a transmitter receiving station, right? I mean, mistakes are never made when anything new is invented. What would that look like anyway? A laser beam or a light beam coming down to Earth? I guess, could that cause a fire? I don't know. I hope not. That wouldn't look so good for PG&E, Rothschild Inc., SolarN, or Jerry Brown, who sure does seem fond of PG&E. Good thing for SolarN that Michael Peavy is on their board since he is former president of California Public Utilities Commission, California's most powerful energy regulatory agency. Great connections right there. I will say, however, whoever was able to buy that PG&E stock at the bottom before the announcement was made when stocks rallied sure did well on their investment. I wonder how you get privy to that kind of info. You must have to know somebody, right? Seems like there's a lot of connected people in this crowd, and with these space solar generators, I really hope they have good aim beaming the sun's power down to Earth. But what do I know? I just like to read a lot. Shruggy emoji. I mean, yeah, so that's probably insane, but it's not like saying like Jewish space lasers at all.
It certainly is
know?
not. I mean, she's calling out Moonbeam Jerry. Oh, funny that his nickname is Moonbeam, right? Jerry, old Jerry Brown, who was governor, still governor then.
Yeah.
And PG. I mean, honestly, she joined the New World Liberation Front. She's calling out PG&E. She's blowing up those Transformers folks.
Yeah.
It's funny that she the vitriol at PG&E, having just read what we did from the left in the 70s. It's like, hold up, like PG&E is like kind of they're sus. Like, all the utilities in California are fucking sus. In a way, yes, she throws out some like really speculative shit, but that's been alleged in much more like humble kind of circumstances by like SoCal Edison and PG&E started fires by like substation, sparks or fires or malfunctions or lines going down.
Right. She was kind of saying that it was like a new tech. I don't know if she understood the technology well or whatever. I don't understand it, and I've never really heard of it. But
it kind of sounds like a magnifying
glass. She was just
glass.
saying it was an accident.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Yeah. She's saying like, if it was an accident, maybe because they're so politically connected, they're covering up that they were liable for accidentally. Maybe they fucked. If they're using this kind of magnifying glass like satellite technology to like collect the energy from space. I mean, I'm no expert engineer, but hypothetically, it does sound like a big magnifying glass, like beaming a light of energy, like to a specific station. But if you missed for some reason, if the satellite was misaligned and it hit like a dry brush area that was full of like potential, like a real fire risk zone.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I get how you could think that. I really don't know if that is possible or even if this like is what she is saying it is. But
I think she's probably talking shit in
panels,
some. Yeah, I don't like. She's
I
going.
Like they're probably collecting power and then like somehow transferring it to Earth. I don't know.
Yeah, I do know they've had some.
Even if it actually was ever built,
I don't know. I don't know if PG never rolled out something like that.
That's the.
But
that's the mystery of the space laser. So I think that even like the Jewish component was like again. There you go. This is like the typical thing that like we have really come a long way from then, where it's like I feel like the whole element of like that it was about Jews was like kind of really inflated.
Because she simply mentioned the Rothschilds as being financially bought into like PGE to some extent.
Yes.
In a litany of a bunch of other people who aren't even Jewish.
Like, fair enough that like a lot of Rothschild conspiracy theories have like maybe more than a tinge of anti-Semitism, but
dog
like
whistly vibe,
that was not like really. It's kind of like misrepresentative to like say that was really like her intention, other than simply the mention of the Rothschilds. And she also implicated other groups who aren't Jewish.
That's why I said Jerry Brown is Irish Catholic. Like he's not. Anyways,
we're not like doing MTG like defense hour here. We're I'm gonna keep reading this because because it kind of gets interesting. So although the idea of a political plot to drown Republican voters is manifestly absurd, the reality of cloud seeding is harder to pin down. Even today, meteorologists don't really know how clouds work, let alone what happens when chemical agents are introduced. It's not crazy to ask whether recent advances in technology might have an effect on extreme weather, especially if used carelessly. Thank you. What follows is a full account of the 2024 Dubai floods based on interviews with insiders of the UAE cloud seeding program, pilots and meteorologists, and on new flight data that challenges the accepted versions of events. It's a story of a catastrophe, weird science, competing narratives, and unintended consequences. Monday, April 15th, began calmly. The outer fringes of the storm brought ash and skies. State-owned broadcaster Dubai One warned of thunderstorms and hail in the evening, with the possibility of flooding. The bad weather is expected to continue through Tuesday. At about 1:40 p.m., radio receivers picked up signals from United Arab Emirates Air Force 836 heading north over Dubai. The plane cruised past Palm Jumeirah, a tree-shaped man-made archipelago whose residents include hedge fund traders, movie stars, and Russians fleeing international sanctions. With zero personal taxes, great golf courses, and abundant shopping malls, Dubai is a welcoming place for the rich. UAF 836 is a Beechcraft King Air twin-propeller plane. It's small, agile, and tough. The ones used by UAE's cloud seeding program are equipped for a single purpose, former pilots say, delivering seeding agents into the sky. Racks holding dozens of flares lined each wing. Each tube contains salt crystals coated with titanium nanoparticles. When burned, the flares release their payload. The crystals are hygroscopic, meaning they absorb water molecules, holding them until they can form a droplet heavy enough to fall to the ground. That's how cloud seeding works. UAF 836 was the only seeding plane whose flight path was tracked on April 15th, but the UAE's weather agency has at least 6 similar craft. The planes can work in shifts, lining up to hit a promising cloud in succession like a bomber squadron. Because of their small size and Air Force registration, seeding planes don't always show up on satellite or other public surveillance systems, making them hard for outsiders to monitor. The UAE doesn't release information about specific missions. Flight tracking company AirNav Systems provided some data for the story using multilateration, which involved triangulating UAF 836's position from broadcast signals pinging off nearby ground stations. The plane bore east and flew inland, passing over the Margam gas plant and field, where metal pipes transport some of the hydrocarbons that have transformed the UAE into one of the world's richest nations. Dubai's oasis of luxury is also thirsty, thanks to all the golf courses, fountains, and swimming pools. An average rainfall of only about 90 millimeters each year. London, by comparison, gets about 600 millimeters. At around 2 p.m. in Dubai, 2 minutes after UAF 836 flew overhead, it began to rain. Cloud seeding was discovered by accident. Blah, blah, blah. We told about the origins of cloud seeding a million times. They explain how it works. Today, Indonesia uses it to try to empty clouds away from flooded urban areas. India uses it to combat drought. American ski resorts use it to top up slopes with fresh powder. Before the 2008 Summer Olympics, Beijing had 32,000 people working on a program in which planes and rockets fired shells filled with silver iodide crystals to make approaching clouds rain before they reached the stadium. Whether by luck or design, the opening ceremony was dry. Hey, so it's kind of like if you have a cloud rain over one place, it's not going to rain over another place.
It's not going to rain where it goes next.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, it kind of seems sort of intuitive, but I don't know. Even after decades of research, such methods remain controversial within the scientific community. Something a fact sheet published by the World Meteorological Organization acknowledges. An important principle of cloud seeding is that it can't increase the amount of moisture in the air, creating something from nothing. Clear blue skies will stay clear and blue no matter how much silver iodide is sprayed. Seeding can only enhance the amount of water that falls out of clouds, like squeezing a sponge. And its effectiveness is still disputed. Some trials reported enhanced precipitation, but others delivered inconsistent results, according to the WMO report. Estimates of extra rain attributable to seeding range widely, from almost nothing to 45%. Part of the problem is that every cloud and every shower are unique, so it's hard to know how much would have fallen anyway. Meteorologists have to rely on statistical models to observe experiments in miniature inside laboratory cloud chambers. The WMO says it neither promotes nor discourages the practice of weather modification. Instead, the agency urges researchers to use sound scientific methods and keep a close eye on, quote, the potential effects on the environment and human health, unquote, both intended and unintended. Stephen Briccardo, a NASA engineer who worked with the Emiratis 20 years ago, when the UAE's program began. So the U.S. helped them set up this whole thing.
Yeah.
Says weather modification is a global industry with proponents and detractors, honest scholars and snake oil salesmen. Of cloud seeding, he says, nobody on Earth understands why it does or doesn't work.
Wow.
UAF 836 approached the Hajar mountain range, 60 miles from Dubai, at 2 p.m. on April 15th, according to AirNav data. The spine of the peaks running up the country's eastern border is the most productive place to seed clouds, say UAE researchers, because it diverts warm air currents upward, a key element of cloud formation. Nearby dams store fresh water, though their reservoirs often dry out in the summer. The plane flew a couple of type patterns distinctive to seeding operations. These target a specific area of clouds, strafing the base with hygroscopic agents, which are lifted by warm updrafts into the towering plume where droplets are made. At around 2:30 p.m., the NCM reported heavy downpours, thunder, and lightning at a weather station in Hatta, roughly 30 kilometers, about 19 miles to the south of where the plane had flown. UAF 836 was detected again at around 4:30 p.m., flying loops near Al Taid camel racing track at the base of the Hajar Range, where the dry, flood-prone creeks known as the wadis run all the way down to the coast. Throughout the afternoon, the NCM posted on X about the rains of goodness, a phrase that in Arabic evokes a blessing water to help farms flourish and desert bloom. What was the desert bloom?
Yeah, they sure.
What was developing?
making over
the
the
Yeah, what was developing over the UAE is known as a mesoscale correct convective system, in which lots of individual thunderstorms converge into a single rolling mass. This one was roughly the size of France. On the night of April 15th, it demonstrated its power. Weather radar lit up in luminous shades showing the rain's density. At 4 a.m., April 16th, there was a break in the weather when cloud cover moved northeast, away from the UAE toward Iran. But another front was building over the Persian Gulf, west of Dubai. UAF 836 was back in the air at 8:45 a.m., passing over Palm Jumeirah before heading south in the direction of Al Maktoum International Airport. The multilateration data doesn't show whether the plane ignited its flares. That's kind of interesting. The cloud moved northeast away from the UAE toward Iran. So, it's kind of like if you were to like squeeze that cloud before anyway
right before it gets to Iran. Yeah, right over the ocean.
But
just
you could probably achieve something. But as the rain pounded down below, visibility in the Abu Hail district of Dubai was reduced to a few feet. Residents of Al Faya, 50 kilometers to the east, told the Khalij Times that the morning skies looked as dark as night, with continuous thunder and lightning strikes. Virtually the entire country was now covered by a blob of dense cloud that was dumping its moisture from a great height. Dubai Parks and Resorts, a collection of 3 theme parks, announced it was closing for the day. On-passive metro stations started to fill with water. A glamping resort was inundated. I had to look up what glamping was, and it's like glam camping.
Oh, right. I always forget what glamping is. Yeah, you think it sounds like spelunking, but it's really just glam camping. Yeah.
Yes. A glamping resort was inundated, forcing the rescue of 4 Russian tourists. Authorities asked residents to stay at home and leave their cars on high ground. Undeterred, some members of Dubai's immigrant community rolled up their trousers and waded through ankle-deep floodwater to get jobs as cleaners, construction workers, or delivery drivers. Yep. Imported manpower has also helped the UAE become a world leader in weather modification technology. Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan, revered as the founder of the Emirati nation, dreamed of greening the desert and supported cloud seeding until his death in 2004. He recognized that the country's strength depended on its capacity to secure fresh water. The UAE's program began in earnest in 2000 when it joined with the U.S. National Center for Atmospheric Research for a research project in the Persian Gulf. NASA offers its expertise a few years later. Many of the first pilots and meteorologists were recruited from South Africa, where the local weather service had been experimenting with hygroscopic salt flares mounted to aircraft. Flying into thunder clouds is not for the faint-hearted. Visibility can drop to near zero. Pilots might have to navigate lightning, ice, or hail, and sometimes all 3. One aviator who worked with the UAE program in the early days compared the experience to bumping around a hotel room during a blackout, only with the risk of death instead of bruised shins. It's thrilling, he says. All the former employees who contacted to review the story asked not to be named, citing confidentiality agreements and fear of retaliation. Another pilot recalls being spat out of a cloud upside down. Air currents can push a plane up or down several thousand feet in moments. With nothing but driving rain and gray vapor visible through the cockpit window, the only way to tell where you are is a spinning dial on the altimeter and a lurching sensation in your stomach. I mean, people are risking their lives to do this. It shows like how
wild.
Desperately they need this water. I guess
I'm kind of surprised you couldn't get drones at this point to do.
At this point, you probably kind of can, but this is still, this is 2024, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's changed. I feel like the technology probably has come, has advanced even since then. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, storms in the Persian Gulf are infrequent but powerful. They emerge and disappear quickly, especially in the summer, demanding a swift response if they're to be seeded and wrung out of all their water before they get to Iran. After the UAE moved its program in-house starting in 2003, its weather agency stationed a squadron of modified Beechcraft King Airs at Al Ain Airport, close to the Hadra Mountains, with a rotating crew of pilots on standby, ready to be airborne on 30 minutes notice. Over time, the process became almost automatic. Sea cloud, seed cloud. If you wait to see if it's seedable, it's gone, a former pilot says. Usually, given that it added to the risk of accidents, the Emiratis also targeted clouds at night. One evening in 2018, a pilot ignited his flares over the Louvre, Abu Dhabi. I didn't know there was a Louvre, Abu Dhabi. One could see the venue's illuminated dome as it prepared for a concert by Dua Lipa. She shouldn't perform there.
Oh, yeah, come on,
not very. Yeah, come on, disappointing.
Come on.
The performance was later canceled because of bad weather. Allahu Akbar. The air crews joked half seriously about ruining a pop star's night, according to someone who worked there at the time. By 2017, NCM was spraying so much seeding material that academics found a significant increase in microscopic silver iodide particles at 20 air quality monitoring stations on the ground nationwide. A few years later, the agency began using experimental titanium nanoparticles to coat salt crystals. The combination was said to be hydrophilic, attracting water, as well as hygroscopic, absorbing water, making for a more efficient seed. As of 2024, the NCM was flying as many as 300 missions a year, multiple times a day, during the summer storms that yielded the most rain. The UAE's demand for water grows every year, making every drop precious. The majority of its supply comes from desalination plants that boil the salt out of seawater, a costly and energy-intensive process. Weather modification looks cheap in comparison. The NCM estimates that a single dollar spent on cloud seeding produces the same volume of water at 25 spent running the plants, as 25 spent running the plants. Just after midday on April 16th, the storm briefly loosened its grip on Dubai. The Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building at a half mile in height, speared defiantly through a thin layer of cloud. But the punishment resumed at 3 p.m., with the appearance of a strangely shaped front that social media users compared to a spaceship. A lot of UFO comparisons.
Yeah.
It was probably what meteorologists call an arcus, a ring formation caused by cold air plummeting down from the top of an anvil-shaped storm cloud, then curling back upward from the base. There was nothing unnatural about the green or yellow tinge, just a trick of the light as the sun's rays reflected through the very wet air. But it did speak to the explosive forces at work. The falling deluge was like nothing even lifelong residents have seen before. Once a cloud droplet grows 10 to 20 microns, it stops rising and starts to fall. As it descends, it pinballs against tens of thousands of other droplets in a chain reaction that, in taller clouds, can unleash a staggering amount of liquid. The average thunderstorm contains 1 million metric tons of water, enough to fill 400 Olympic swimming pools. Wow. Floodwater in parts of Dubai rose to knee-deep, then waist-deep. Traffic stacked up bumper to bumper for 2 kilometers along Sheikh Zayed Road, the city's main artery. At around 4:45 p.m., a Bloomberg News reporter spoke to Ahmed Habib, a meteorologist at the NCM, for a story about the floods. The center had been flying seeding missions all day, and on Monday, too, he said. He counted 7 operations during the period, meaning UAF 836 wasn't the only plane in the air. Any convective cloud should be targeted, he said. The NCM would later deny this accounting of events. An afternoon turned into evening. The NCM issued its first red warning indicating the most severe hazard. Flights from Dubai International were delayed, diverted, or canceled. At 8 p.m., mosques around the city broadcast a call to prayer, along with a special message asking worshippers to stay indoors. It's unclear when on April 16 people started dying. The only information police released is that a male citizen in his 70s had died when his vehicle was swept away in the emirate of Ras Al Khaimah. The Philippine media reported that 2 immigrant workers, Jenny Gambao and Marjorie Ancheta, suffocated after their shuttle bus was submerged. And a third Filipino, Dante Casapong, 47-year-old airport technician, was killed when his car fell into a sinkhole. He left behind a wife and 3 children. Human intervention in the weather has always attracted suspicion. Interesting little metaphor about Macbeth, blah, 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 blah. Talking about the creek in Big Tujunga Canyon, California, in 1978, killed 11, $43 million in damage. Los Angeles County had seed the day before. They do seed in Los Angeles County. The resulting outcry led to dozens of lawsuits, all unsuccessful, and the cancellation of the area's seeding program. Yeah, I guess they did until 1978 when, the creek burst its banks and killed 11 people, and then everyone got pissed off.
Yeah. Well, now we get these atmospheric rivers in California, which are very interesting. I don't ever remember them kind of growing up or even like 10 years ago, but in the last 5 years, they've been, it just like, it kind of sounds like what was described there, like just a sheet, an endless like wall of water that goes on for like hours and hours and hours. I think El Nino was the only time that it was like that heavy and like persistent. But I think there might be a La Nina this year or something. But
she goes on. The UAE has seen an increase in flooding during the cloud seeding era. The causes are likely numerous, encompassing climate change and urbanization, which replaces naturally absorbent landscapes with flood-prone concrete ones. Although the UAE's weather agency has always denied causing storms, it has admitted to seeding them. It has also acknowledged following extreme rains that this might have meant more water on the ground. After a woman was killed during a 3-day deluge in January 2020, a spokeswoman noted that the NCM doesn't produce precipitation, but it does help the cloud increase the amount of rainfall. After heavy rains in January 2022, the NCM told Agence France Presse that cloud seeding may have exacerbated the impact. In each case, the center was keen to make clear that it would have rained anyway. No one knows
just an
for
accessory to murder, not the actual murder.
exactly. Yeah, no, like no one knows for sure exactly how cloud seeding affects such powerful storms. Some scientists insist that when condensation is already being turned into rain so efficiently, the impact can only be minimal, like a breeze stopping an intercity train going at full tilt. Richard Washington, a climate science professor at the University of Oxford, wrote in a blog for the news network The Conversation a few days after the storm. On the other hand, scientists with the U.S. National Center for Atmospheric Research found during a 3-year study in Mexico that the largest quarter of storm clouds produced 45% more rain in the half hour after being targeted than unseeded clouds, according to an article published in 2000 in Science magazine. The Mexico experiment and other studies report that seeded storms seem to last longer. But the turbulence and infinite variety of thunderclouds make it nearly impossible to single out the effect of hygroscopic agents, at least to a scientific standard of proof. It's hard to separate human influence from natural chaos. Seeding could lead to more rain. It could also lead to less if it spurs the formation of ice crystals that don't fall, according to Alan Robach, professor of climate science at Rutgers University. It could also do nothing at all. You can't rule any of those out, Robach says. Scientists have urged a cautious approach. A later review of academic literature by the same researchers called the possibility of connection between cloud seeding and extreme rainfall worrisome. Blah, blah, then to go to talk about, like the sort of propaganda dimension of the cloud seeding program. This is a good anecdote. Two former pilots say they were told their jobs would be under threat if they refused to fly in what they judged to be unsafe conditions. About a decade ago, one of the pilots says, air crews got in a dispute with NCM management over the use of Bulgarian-made flares that had a habit of exploding when ignited. The NCM relented only after one of the flares blew up mid-flight and punched a hole in an aircraft wing. When a pilot complained about safety in 2019, he was rebuffed and told, it's coming from the Sheikh. Yeah,
it's wild.
And it talks a little bit about like just how poorly managed this is and how they're basically more concerned about like making sure they seed like as many clouds as possible rather than what results they even get. But yeah, I mean, like, again, it's weird. Like, people do like kind of like cast and they're like, I don't know, we don't know like what this does, but I feel like, come on, like, it's sort of like,
right. I get that there's like a level of deniability there, but
and you're exactly. It's like the plausible deniability of like, we can't know. It's the ultimate smokescreen.
Right. Multiple states wouldn't be doing it if it like didn't work at all. Like they've been doing it in some cases since the 40s. They've been doing it
for a long time. Like, it definitely works.
Yeah. Now it sounds like maybe, I don't know, they don't have precise enough technology yet to like understand which clouds are going to really respond to it and which ones don't. But it sounds like the UAE is taking a kind of spray and pray approach. I mean, they're getting good at targeting a cloud, but then they don't know if that cloud's going to be is going to hit. It's going to be a winner or not. But
and this like might be an example of exactly what I'm talking about, where like, on a sort of on like just a sort of a local scale, where like, you could talk about this in terms of the entire world, the entire planetary ecosystem, but also just like in terms of their own society, right? Like they know that like, migrant workers are going to die in this, or they expect perhaps that like migrant workers might die in this, or, people might die, right?
Yeah, people in flood zones might.
Yeah, they're not going to die. Like the sheikh isn't going to die. Right. Like the elites aren't going to die. The rich expats aren't going to die. Like they're going to move their cars to higher ground and they'll be safe in their glamping, outposts or whatever.
The Burj Khalifa's not going to fall over.
Exactly. So, and they're going to get a bunch of rain, which they desperately need.
Yeah.
Like every drop counts.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I mean, in terms of that, that sociopathic like logic and like they'll let entire communities be like destroyed, in order to get the resource they want. It's like a little bit tangential, but kind of connected in like a spiritual sense of the issue of this is kind of weather related, but the issue over like the global pistachio market and the rather like explicit geopolitical kind of complication, the geopolitical kind of battlefield that is. I watched the documentary, I think also produced by Adam McKay, Pistachio Wars, last night, and I'd seen some kind of talk about it, and there is an interesting story there. I mean, are you familiar with the Wonderful Company of Stuart?
I think we
and
talked
Linda
about it a
Resnick?
little bit. I think I've seen like their pistachios before.
Oh
I
yeah,
don't
they're
really like
everywhere. I mean,
pistachios, so I don't eat
very
them, but-
big, successful brand in terms of making California pistachios a big thing. But there's a couple layers. I mean, it came up recently during the war with Iran, among many other things about the economic warfare and stuff. Like, so first of all, I mean, Stuart and Linda Resnick are like major Zionists and like political donors and like neocon supporters, which there's a lot of rich people in America that do that, but even the market of the commodity of pistachios itself has like a particular relation to Iran, because it was they've always been like the leading exporter and producer of pistachios worldwide. But after the Islamic Revolution in 1979, when the U.S. slapped sanctions on them, they basically cut off Iranian pistachios from a huge part of the globe, the global market. And so Stuart Resnick at the time, who actually ran like a like private security company in LA that might have had like mob ties, like kind of a weird, almost like a Epstein figure, like a little poor kid
His
from New Jersey.
name sounds familiar. Maybe I've just heard of him.
His name is on hospital.
Yeah.
His name is on like museums and shit at LACMA. Like he's a big philanthropist in LA, and they generally used to have kind of a kind of lib image, but they're huge like Zionist, like Israel first, like type people, and because he had gone through back during kind of like the kind of energy and financial crisis, like in California in the 70s, he bought up a bunch of cheap land in the Central Valley and a couple like small businesses. I guess one of which was a pistachio business, and due directly to the sanctions on Iran, it created like an economic opening for his company to like start boosting, and of course, being able to stick it to Iran was extra sweet. So he just built out this massive empire of pistachio farms in like Central California, and then eventually went into like pomegranate juice that comes in the goofy kind of packaging, the goofy bottle. He eventually married Linda Resnick, who was a daughter of a film producer, I forget his name, Harris. I actually wondered if her father. Actually, we could do a whole episode on the Resnicks because they're very interesting. She was involved in the Pentagon Papers in like the early 70s, and she like was friends with Daniel
which
Ellsberg.
exposed some of these weather modification programs in the first place.
Ironically, yes. And then she was kind of like she was the daughter of like a big shot film producer, and I wonder if he was in the Malibu Mafia. Honestly, that would kind of like it would kind of track because they were very pro Pentagon Papers. But then eventually she got into like PR and marketing, and then she married Stuart Resnick and kind of became like the marketing chief of what would become the Wonderful Company. And she just went around like trying to do like brand refreshes for all these different fucking companies that he owned, and they really hit it off with the pistachios, but like pistachios are like they're incredibly water intensive, so for California to be in drought for so many years, like basically they own the Kern, what is it, the Kern County like water reserve, which is like an underground like water storage shed that stretches for miles, that is like majority owned by the Resnicks, who get like, I don't know, first rights to use it for their pistachio farms. And they've they expanded into obviously pomegranates, tangerines, almonds, like, but I think pistachio, like a pound of pistachios takes like 1,000 gallons of water to produce, like very water hungry. So we've been suffering with droughts, on and off the last 15 years, but the Resnicks are pumping that. And then you could almost look at like the entire huge push of like the Wonderful Company pistachios as a way to like undercut the economy of Iran, which is already, they still hold a pretty significant chunk, I think, of worldwide pistachio production. But like the Wonderful Company's been like eating into that, and they also take their profits and like donate to a bunch of Israeli kind of AIPAC political, fronts that like sponsor politicians to make them hardliners on Iran. And so you can see like the connection of all of this, of like denial of their agricultural capacity, and then also trying to like battle it, using sanctions so that you can get a leg in on one of their core crops that they export. It also it puts a really dark spin on Dubai chocolate. Because, like, I wonder, are those Iranian pistachios, which would be, like, across the Persian Gulf?
Right.
Or are they, like, flown in from fucking California?
Probably. Probably, yeah.
It's some real sicko shit. Yeah, the fucking Resnicks. And also, like, we forget about this now, but, like, Stephen Colbert became, like, their spokesperson in the early 2010s.
Oh, right.
When they were super
yes,
lib-coded.
I remember.
And he became, like, their best friend ever.
He did, like, some kind of, like epic pistachio.
And then he cracked his head open, and he's like, pistachio. It's the most Reddit fucking, oh my God. Like, that man really, what a chump. To think back then, we thought he was epic and sticking it to the neocons, and then he somehow missed the big thing about the Resnicks being like because it's lib coded, it's a health food, it's so California lib coded, eating pistachio, it's a healthy snack, and like they made a big thing. They built a company town.
It's a healthy snack
in like Lost Hills that like doesn't have any like public utilities of like any kind, but they run they have immense like political power along with a few other big families and corporations that own all the farmland in the Central Valley, and then they use it. They pollute all the land. They like dump like waste everywhere. They grow their pistachios in like oil waste, like frack waste, like soil that's like just dumped into it. So it's just like slop and like it fucking sucks. Yeah, but but water, weather, these things. They're being used as weapons against the world.
Water is like, water makes the world go around. It's like water, everything is water, like someone in that article said something like water is politics. In some ways everything is politics, but like, everything literally is water. And that's like the connection between the water and, where you live on this blue heckin' space rock. Sorry to use heckin', but there's no other adjective that you can pair with space rock. It's a world. It's a water world. Most of it is salt. Water everywhere. Not a drop to drink. Need that rain, and stay vigilant.
Yeah, we can't desalinate our complete way out of it, but
no, we can't.
Yeah, we do all share this biosphere.
In fact, we're not really cloud seeding our way out of it. I don't think. Again, there's winners and there's losers. I think there is a robbing Peter to pay Paul element going on.
If you think of the scale that it could, if the United States was like going to do some kind of like global cloud seeding campaign or something, or U.S. and its allies or something, there's going to be like cloud wars where everyone's trying to like, basically strategically make it so the clouds like land on their country and like not somebody else's country. And then you have maybe you have dogfights between different cloud seeding planes, just trying to, I don't know, but that would be a dark future.
It shows like how much like that, those like agreements and stuff were based on like, they weren't necessarily observed by both sides, but they were based on like an idea that like, of mutually assured destruction, right? That like there was sort of a threat of violence backing up the need to have those agreements. So like with, in some cases, like they weren't observed all the time in that case anyway, but
you mean like the UN ban?
Really China has the ability to like kind of enforce those type of like standards with like a reasonable U.S. government, which might not be in place. Probably we can expect won't be. It seems like no matter who like really is in power, as the kind of like leadership shifts, there's going to consistently be like this sort of irrationality when it comes to the kind of imperial sickness at the heart of the United States. But it's
well, they clearly been like, nursing this for decades,
Right, and don't let them cast a cloud over the subject, because just to like it was honestly shocking to me, that's like part of the reason why I was like, let's do this episode, because I saw someone like mention it on Twitter, like say like someone should do it, like a look into this, and I was like, oh, let me like just sort of bop around here, like just before like like an hour before we were doing one of the Patty Hearst episodes, and like I looked it up, and the first thing that came up, of course, was like wall-to-wall articles that were like crazy conspiracy theorists say that we can control the weather, and like people are stealing rain.
Yeah.
And then like I looked just like a little bit deeper, and like a lot of these like those quotes we read like from those like climate scientists saying like, well, the thing about cloud seeding is that you're kind of stealing rain.
Yeah.
And like but like somehow yeah.
And this is a totally well-established thing. It's like no matter what they do to try to gaslight us into thinking it's like not, even though it exists, it's not serious, and also it couldn't be used in like a negative way. Like shut up. Even though if you think about it logically for like 10 seconds, like if you exhaust the cloud before it moves on, then the other person doesn't get rain.
It's this kind of thing where they use like results that they got from like, really like minor scale cloud seeding at like one time. And like they don't like it's really especially in places like a situation like the UAE is like totally different. And like it really makes, I mean, it's the same way that like Israel is like the testing ground for all of like the police tactics that the US then brings home and uses on its own people. Like the UAE like is the ultimate, like even going back like years and years, decades, right? Like they had NASA in there helping them build their cloud seeding program, right? Back when like weather modification was still controversial here in the US, right?
Right. A place that's more desperate for it,
Right, exactly.
That fit the bill. And also, if they can maybe spare their allies in the region, or assets and allies in the region who are really, a tiny little hub of super rich people, not unlike themselves, not unlike our own elites, but then meanwhile condemn Iraq and Iran and Syria and any geopolitical rival to total climate apocalypse, and then go, oops, oh wow, I guess we didn't stop making things in factories. Like, I don't know, like, even for the right wing that kind of still is like skeptical of like climate change itself, is like, which I guess it's probably mostly boomers at this point that just don't believe that it's like real. But like, even if like humanity, I still would feel like an obligation to develop like mitigation strategies that will make life still livable for like the vast majority of people, instead of being like, oh, what if we could use this as an opportunity to kill off the majority of the human race and wipe our hands of it, and be like,
human
oops,
beings like do want to do that, but the problem is like human beings do want to do that, like people like generally like are good and care about others, I think, but like I think like the sort of institutional channels for that interest in the climate, they lead to like DARPA, like they like if you're like a climate researcher, again, there's like this dual purpose aspect of it, like like you're doing all this work to try to talk about like the humanitarian costs of all this thing, all these things, and people are looking at this and saying like, oh hey, like look how great this is at destroying people's lives, like this is actually awesome, like it's that's what is like there isn't like, we need basically like like totally alternative institutions, or like a complete transformation of like existing institutions, because like they're basically designed, like they're not institutions that are constituted in a way that could possibly address like the problem, like the problem wouldn't exist if it weren't for the institutions, like we wouldn't destroy the climate to begin with if it weren't for the way that our institutions are.
It's
and
true.
like
it might still be like something we're dealing with just by industrialization itself, but also it's the climate has changed in the past, like not because of human sources, and humanity has had to adjust, like maybe not on as rapid of a time scale, but like the various ice ages and things like that, and like the droughtification of like the Sahara, things of that nature.
I mean, there have been nothing, like I feel like we're in the scheme of history, we're living in like a pretty good time, like because I think that like there was like basically a huge ice age, and then like there wasn't like any kind of like ice age like the ice age that human beings I guess experienced. Like I feel like that kind of is the reason why agriculture became a thing because like the ice age ended, and like that's kind of why like we have civilization as we have
It does
now,
seem that
sort of.
human civilization, to be very broad strokes about it, that like human civilization, or at least the ones we can find evidence of, kind of like started to stick and like evolve after, like at the close of the last ice age, which is what, like 12,000 years, 15,
Yeah,
12,000
something like
years
that.
ago.
Yeah.
You know, but maybe the Atlantis is frozen underneath something, a glacier, and we'll find out when Greenland melts. And then
Yeah, maybe that's
actually
what they're
30,000 years
interested
ago.
in. Yeah.
But no, agriculture is, for good or ill, it is the primary engine. It's a way of like working with the flows of nature to like create a kind of abundance, of food and
Yeah. And I don't, yeah, like, I mean,
without
obviously, yeah,
that,
industrialization is like a reality and everything. And that does, I mean, and that like massively has contributed to the climate situation that we have now. But I mean, yeah, and like, and that is definitely a problem to tackle, but certainly not in the time that we have remaining, because we should probably stop.
no,
But
yeah,
yeah, I
yeah.
mean, like, I think, yeah, I think that the spirit, I underscore the spirit of what I said, which is that, like, they're like the institutions that exist, they're not actually meant to
Right,
solve this
right.
problem. They're meant to exacerbate it and to leverage it. So like you're like, goodwill like going in to like become like this, like scientist or whatever, like they're not, that's not gonna work.
That
It's not
DARPA
gonna
grant
actually
is going to come
contribute.
in, and yeah, there's going to be a different purpose, and it is in contradiction with the sort of pro-human one of, hey, let's work it out. It's about dominance and control only. Even with the at the expense of others, of outsiders, which is like kind of that's like the ideology of like Elon and Jeff Bezos's like defensive biosphere city that they're going to build, where you have to be checked out by Tesla robots to get in. You have to have a certain net worth in some kind of crypto to get in, and everyone else is left out to fend for themselves. That's not so good.
Yeah.
That's not so good. Yeah. So yeah, we'll get out of here for now. Thanks for tuning in, y'all, and
Yeah.
we'll be back on Monday with part 4 of Year of the Phoenix, the Rise of Tanya, I think.
Yeah.
It's mostly
Yeah.
where I don't know if it'll be named that, but that's probably what we'll be talking about. But yeah, join us there on patreon.com/subliminal jihad for access to all those episodes. But
Word.
yeah, peace out, y'all, and until next time, dear listeners, stay vigilant.
Peace.